Hello, everybody. Lucky lads for a heroic. Yeah, if you want. If you want. It's the curse of the lucky lad. But welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Stripes, Flame, Happy. Good night, Andrea. Andrea's probably already left, but just in case. Good night, good night, good night. Hope you guys are having a lovely day. Try to connect my face tracking. Almost already. Almost. Just gotta move BLT over, and then we're good, I think. Me think. Alrighty. Whoop. Alright. I need to post a live now, as I'm supposed to. And then we'll get into it. I have a feeling that... No, it is connected. Crazy! Come on, good morning. How'd you sleep? Sleeping good? Work going okay? I'm just gonna delete this because I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Don't mind me. Come here, she can refer to world problem. I will be right here. Oh, how the fuck did I do that? Went to get breakfast for dinner, and 8 coworkers showed up because it's a local Ooh, a local favorite. Yum. I hope it was delicious. Delicioso. Last night I had a pork roast, and that shit fucking slapped. I had some for breakfast as a little like breakfast sandwich. It was really good. So I am fueled. Let's go with the text at the top of the stream. Hell yeah, pork roast. Hell yeah, pork roast. Yeah, I just don't know how I did that. I just like dragged text by accident and it went on top. On the tippy top. On the tippy top. But it is cold today. And I was not expecting it to be cold. Oh my god, Happy. I got boots. Because I'm gonna go hiking. Look at these boots. Oh. It's not that high quality of video, but look at my boots. I got hiking boots. Cause I'm gonna go hiking in July. I'll be gone for like a week in July. Cause I'm going to California. And I've never had hiking boots. And we're gonna go hiking in the redwoods. So I got me a pair of boots. And they were on clearance. And they're cute. And I like that. I bought my table a flight of different flavored mimosas and a picture of strawberry mimosas. Strawberry mimosas? I thought mimosas only came in orange. Orange juice mimosas. Yeah, I'm gonna go hiking and I'm excited. I got new boots and they're cute as fuck. And they came with dark blue laces. And they were on sale, bro. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Break them in before you go on the hike. Oh, don't worry. After I bought them, I immediately put them on and started walking in them. But I will be wearing them every time I go out before the hike, so that way they are broken in. Cause let me tell you, my feet hurt. My feet hurt when I got home. I was out for like a whole day of walking, and I was just walking in those motherfuckers, and my feet hurt afterwards. They look great. Thank you. I'll show you. Send you a pic. When they're all nice and can also do double socks. They were also on sale. Literally everything we bought at the store was on sale. So I think as much as we saved was as much as we paid. So that was pretty good. But we got some hiking socks and they're really comfy and soft. And so I'll be pogging. We've been pogging already. I gotta go on the other computer now to get started with work. But they are fabulous and I like them a lot. And it's nice to have some quality shoes because Elaine has only worn like fashionable shoes, and I also learned I don't know how to walk real good. So now I learn how to walk good. I also replace the insoles with thicker ones if they come with ones that aren't comfortable. Mine were pretty comfortable. But yeah, I did see that they sold them and you're like you can like take out the sole. I didn't know that you could take out the sole like that. I thought that was cool. I don't think I had this one. Yeah, but they were waterproof, and then Pixels like bought some like oil to go with them, so he oiled them up so they'd be extra waterproof. Hello, Daedalus. Hello, Rhino. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, friends. Happy Monday. I don't know if I said, but I finished. Whoa! Look at all that. You gotta get money. Hello, money. Get that money, queen. Get that money. Get that money. How you guys doing today? Oh, also, just like in case, I put new security rules on our local. Yeah, wait, I didn't show you. Hold on, wait, let me grab them. Let me get them. So I got these shoes. They're like lighter hiking shoes. They were $200, but they were on sale, so they were $60. And I was like, you know what? The color isn't great, but it looks good on my skin tone, so I'm getting them. They were only $60. And then these ones were also on sale. And these were them after they got got some good. Yeah, like these ones were like 200 some, but then they only cost me like 170, I think. And so I got them on sale, bruh. I was very lucky that my shoe size was a good shoe size. Cause I was like right in that sweet spot for shoes that they were on sale. I was like, fuck yes. Yes, these ones are like super comfy. They're like supports here are super nice. So I'm gonna have to break these ones in two, but my walking shoes were getting a bit, or they were getting a bit worn down. So I bought these ones too. And I couldn't help it. The price, come on. Like good walking shoes are like at least $100, and they were on the funniest thing is they were on sale because these were like the woman's like hiking boots. The color they were are like the red clay or like red clay. So they're a little more saturated than in the picture. But they were like, "Oh, we're not selling this color line anymore because we have a lot of white women shopping in our store." And this clay color does not apparently white women do not like this color of shoes, but it looked good with my olive skin tone and it looked pretty okay, so I got them. And I'm like $60. Those look pretty durable. My favorite thing is how they mold to your feet over time and can often be resold when you wear through the sole. Really, I didn't know. Sick as fuck. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I like, cause I only went in to buy these boots, cause I was just like, oh, boots. I need hiking boots, and so I was only planning on getting boots. 7 out of 8. Oh my god, you didn't have Lucky Lad? That's crazy. And then these were on sale, and I'm just like, shit. Why women don't like to look like they have been stomping through the dried blood of their frenemies. Damn. Fair. Fair. It's like supposed to be like it's supposed to be like this color. That is the color actually. Please wait while we verify you're not a bot. Where's the it's not showing the color. It's like this color. Alright, gotta go get ready for work. Bye! But yeah, it's like this like nice terracotta color. They're not as desaturated. They're like about this color, I'd say. So like warm them up a little bit this way. But I think they look nice. I think they look nice. And they got good sales, so I got them. I'm happy. Isn't there someone I wanted to do in terms of stuff today? Feel like I'm forgetting. There was someone that I wanted to make a video about, and I have forgot. I did one on Bunchada. Mandy. feel liberated. Sarby is an artist, right? I've been seeing him around, so. Your face. Oh, fun. Oh, big yawn. Like their aesthetic. Good aesthetic. Okay, there we go. We'll have Sarby for that one. And we didn't have anybody for this one. Bro, I swear to God, there's like someone that I've been thinking about doing like a V stars or a V highlight on, and I don't remember who it is, and it's making my brain upset. Fuck. My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children, I am your son. Cody Lorraine, he had a brain, he's running out. Nobody gives a fuck. I wouldn't mind this person. Nobody gives a fuck. Cody Lorraine, he had a brain, he's finding out. Fuck it. Alright, I gotta show you guys a song. What the fuck was it on here? What is the song I'm looking for? I like songs. Bruh. Bruh. What the fuck? I see it on my other Spotify. It's on this Spotify. Good time. The sea, turning saints into the sea. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes. I miss the bright side. Out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be damn because hi Shippy! Happy Monday. Actually, I'm taking a drag. I'm so make you sick. How you doing today? How's your sickie? How's your sickie feeling? Soft her dress, now let me go. Better? I'm so glad. I'm happy. Jealousy, turning Satan. I'm finally starting to come out of my. Yay! Oh my god, Norman, yippee! Oh my god, that's so good. I'm so happy for you. I'm glad that you're feeling better. Yippee! I'm playing Minecraft Lucky Block right now. What's Minecraft Lucky Block? It's the bright side. Alright, I gotta close these things. What is this? EP. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Alright. You sucker for love. And then all the Twitter ones are spam bots. Oh, thank you for the goodies. Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so happy that you're feeling better. I'm really happy that you're feeling better. And if there's anything I can do to make you feel even more better, let me know. And I realize I am gonna be in an stream because I'm doing things I cannot talk about on Twitch. No problem. No problem. Hi, Star. How's your day? How's your Monday? Thank you for the song request. I'm doing well. Got online class today. We doing hair practices. I'm having a day, y'all. Good day, bad day. Mood day, vibe day. Let me know. Let me know. Man, that's all I need. Change cover. This one. Save this. Change cover. This one. Save this. What day is St. Patty's Day? 17th. Okay. Gay badass. Oh my god, gay badass Dark Lord. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Go outside quick. It's nice. You'll feel good. Hi. 3 hours of sleep. Missed the gym. Did the dentist. Now I'm so acoustically overwhelmed. I can't physically. Take a nap. My suggestion: take a nap. Reset your day. Go sleep. Wake up. New day. New day. New dollar. New day. Tuesday. Thank you. BB said 5. BB said 6. Yeah, Vex, you don't have to pull anymore. You already got 8 out of 8. We on 6. We on 6. I did reply to email. Whoa, jeez, that sounds cold. It's 6, Vexed. It's 6. Oblige you. I'm reaching out because you have been. It's. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, Vex, you already have 8 out of 8. So, you know. I can't nap because stimulants. Oh, fuck. Listen to loud music. That's my other thing. If I'm overstimulated and I have to work, I listen to loud music like this. It helps. Key. Angel engine. Alert. Perfectly. Does anybody have opinions on Angel Engine? Heyo. Except work was supposed to be cold calls, which in general, hell nah. Oh, hell yeah. It mean I'm overstimulated. It's okay, Pookies. We can all be need a nap. Go take a nap. Are you able to take that? So I'm just gonna make sure with the council that this is good. Council, what do we think about the game Angel Engine? I wanna give it a shot. I'm in bed now. Good. Get all wrapped up. Let me tuck you in. Tuck, a little tucky tuck. A little kiss on the forehead. I'm just gonna crush chores till I drop. Fuck it, you got this. It's the artist and concept. Key for it. Got offered. Hey, 7 out of 8. Good job. Good job. Joy Pants, give that jazz song I posted earlier. Listen, I have not. We can listen to it now. In the content copy, wasn't it? Oh, it's not. Oh, yeah. It's in the fridge, isn't it? Because I'm a gooba. How can I... Okay, there we go. Add the cue. There we go. Hello, Harriet. Hello. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. There you go. I did that. For hooks for did videos. I'll be good. I'm glad you having a good Monday. I don't know if you're working today or if you have the day off, but I hope it's like overall good and you don't have maybe too many chores and you maybe relax a little bit. Yeah. Okay, doing it. Been good. Was it good work? I'm glad. I'm so glad. Also, Kiwi. Good resource for making the deep woodwinds give me so much serotonin. They do give me them little wigglies. They give my bones a little bit of wigglies. Like I do like. Oh man. Okay. Making hooks for did you know? I want those to be a bit more like tension gravy me. Shocking. Okie dokie. Send. Ba 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 ba. Was I offered a key? Ooh, I did want to try this game. Where's multi-man? Steam keys are approved. Okay, these are the tags. Embargo none. Okay, I think I will talk about this game for this week. Oops. This one. The Irishman and me is enjoying the chaos of Lucky Lad and cucking everyone. Yeah, and then Happy will be like, "What a lucky lad You are. This is just a funny little curse, I think. I can see that. Alright, cool. Alright, yeah, okay. Claim. Oh, I don't have Steam open on this. I can open it on this computer. Affect anything. Inside, I also need this one. How to fix these hashtags. Hashtag. Okay, I can fix those later. Close. Activate a product. Confirm. Oops. What is this game about? Hmm. Okay. Close. Redeemed. This one. I have to do this by May. Nope. Yeah, by May. Okay. Okie dokie. I have to request the key, I think. Request. I would definitely play it on stream 100%. Okie dokie. So that's all good to go. And the game is called Ink Inside. So it's pretty good. And then I haven't tried episode 63. Cold. My body is cold. Ugh. I don't know what kind of playlist this would be called. Let me do a new one. Let's do Get Groovin'. After party, after party, after party. After party, after party. I don't know what other songs I would put in this. Yeah, it's mostly like a playlist filled with songs that make me want to wiggle. After party, after party. I think Dracula is like one of those ones too. Maybe I'm thinking of like a R&B type playlist maybe. Eyes on Me is pretty good, I think. Mother Teresa is another one. I mean, like, do you have it blurred or is it Twitch just having a stroke? Twitch is probably just having a stroke right now. It's like just out of focus. It might be because it's small. Hold on, wait. Is that better? I don't know if that's any better. I just made it bigger. I just made the UI a little bigger. After party, after party, after party. I don't know what other songs like I'm thinking about. Cause like refreshers because I'm showing channel points. Oh. This is also a good one. I think this one's also one. Hold on, let me I don't know what songs I want. Am I being recommended this song? Hold on, I have to use my other mouse. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like just barely out of focus. What the fuck? Ooh, like how about a little hold on, wait. What was this one? No, I don't know. I don't know. I think the mix that it's giving us seems pretty good, so I might keep it. Your model is so in focus, so I wonder if it's just upscaling on your desktop capture, maybe? Oh, that's possible. Dash posh. Oh, wait. No, I kind of see what you mean. Wait, hold on. Because I am using a capture card. Hold on. Deactivate, activate. Just wanna be right where you are. 19, 20, 10, 80. Okay. Okay. Is it still? It's like still kind of blurry, isn't it? Still like a little blurry, isn't it? Why is it still kind of blurry? I just changed it. Hold on. Let me make it 2K. Let me see if putting it at 2K will make it better. Okay. Now it's like too big. Size it back down. The bright side on spring break. Let's go! Spring break! Spring break! I don't know if that's better. That worked? Okay. My eyes are having a hard time telling. Also, I had sized it wrong. Hold on. Sorry. No, I can't do it like that. Fuck. Oh, wait, no, I did do that right. I'm just a little ooped. Yeah, no, there you go. I'm just a little... Definitely better? Okay, cool. Let me know if you have an email that works better or if you prefer this. I gotta eat him on my rig, ma. Busy. Gmail.com works for me. Okay, thank you for the wellness check. Alright. Alrighty. Elaine's locking in. I'm locking in. 63 week of March 9th. 76 we're doing just Sarby. 41 we're doing less than most people don't read. And then 52 I'm doing that orc VTuber. Little lady orc VTuber, very pretty, very nice. And then 70 will be Ink Inside, I think was the name of it. I'll go do planning. Okie dokie. What do I want to write today first? Let's do Vibe and Shine first. Because I think I have some in Happy Talk collection this time. Ugh. Oh yeah, can you post pics of what type of boots they are so I can nerd out over the details? Yeah, they are Danners. Hold on. How is you, Ale? I'm good. How are you? Let me see. They put them on the sale on here too. I think it's this one. I think I actually found them. I'll put them in the club room. I think these are my boots. Got off work and now I'm home, double teamed receiving and shipping, so a bit tired. Understand? Hey, today seems like a nap day for some of y'all. So you know, if you need a nap, get a nap. These are my boots. These are my boots. I bought boots. Danners are pretty nice, but the price usually stops people. Yeah, that's why I'm very happy that like A, I got to go in person to try them on, and B, that like I was able to get them on sale. Yeah. I don't know Spanish very well, but I like Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's very nice. Don't be afraid to try new things. Yeah. I think that will be the theme of today. Don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid. I can't spell to try new things. Hi, Chandler. Hello. Happy day. Welcome on in. Ooh, do I have to hold on? I might have to message. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Let's see. Okay, we have one more week on that. Okay. Your pronunciation was nice. Thank you. I try. Feel like this means some Daft Punk and it'll be perf. That's a good point. Right now it's just playing songs that I added, but it does look like it's gonna be adding in some more that. One more time. And then this one. Thank you for the check-in, Taylor. Hope you're doing well. I know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Baby, eyes on me. Follow. Dun 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 dun. Girl, maybe some infected mushrooms for base. Some mushrooms for base. Look at that bat. Oh my god, this one actually did it. Glitch. Simmons. Okay. Ooh, ooh, I'm cold. Oh, and I didn't take screenshots of any of these. That one. This one. Saw Caravan Palace for like $70. They were so, oh, Caravan Palace. Ooh. I big Doge. Oh my god, I'm so cold. Sorry if I'm tweaking a little bit. I'm cold. It's cold today. I'm cold. I'm gonna take these last 3 screenshots, put those there. Don't be afraid. Why is this text so small? Thank you for that song request. I mean, if you live your life in fear, then you'll... Oops. Like these little rats who, if they were to have this magical moment with bubbles, being afraid is not... Embrace being afraid. Embrace being afraid. As long as you don't let fear control your actions. Live a whimsical life. Like these rats who, if they were too afraid. Okay, yeah, I like that better. New hobbies, foods, new anything. But scared. Do it scared. You may never know what beauty you may come. Like this beautiful piece. Gross. Did they have a name? Marissa. Oh, my just okay. New hobbies, new hobbies, food, new anything can be scary, but instead of doing it when you're prepared, do it scared. This talented TikToker, Marissa. Such a lovely. for her bravery. Was that you? Be sure to do it next. To be an adventure. Exciting. Alright, now I gotta do the cover. Doop. This one makes me feel like I'm at the beach. Hello, your favorite jewelry. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope we're having a wonderful day. Ooh, I'm cold. I need that blanket back. I need that blanket back. Okay. These three. This one's the last one. This one's the first one. This one's the middle one. I might flip this one though. Actually. I might retake that one. Oop. Wait. There you go. Not gonna lie, this song kind of sounds like it has Selena Gomez in it. 9th to the 15th. I have to call my grandma this weekend. Is that yeah? Yeah, I have to call her on Saturday. Yeah, her birthday. Export. I'm prepping my LARP character's Blaze of Glory moment with the plot team. They're not ready for what I have planned. Ooh, exciting! I hope it's everything you could have ever dreamed of and more. Boop. I'm gonna fart buckle they ass. Fuck yeah! Rats. Be brave. Skull. Art. Cat. Makes an adventure more exciting than braving the unknown. My character is legit psychotic goblin with an arcane nuke stuck in his. Dude, you literally will fart. I hope someone just in the background plays the song, the fart buckle song for you. Harder, make it better, do it faster, makes you stronger. Oop, oop. There you go. There you go. Hide this one. Oh, my neck hurt. Harder, make it better, do it faster, makes you stronger. Hour after hour, work is never over. I have to go back to Keymailer. Our work is never over. Get better, do it faster, makes you stronger. Inside a cozy chaotic. Let me also look at it on Steam. Da 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 da. Guess. Make it better, do it faster, make it sure. Yeah. Oh, I have to make the folder for it, and I need to start moving things over. This guy to this guy. Oh, that's another thing I would like to do today is start working on my new reference sheet. I will work on that in a little bit. The oven on till I went to the salon. It's gonna burn. It's gonna burn. Okay, but literally, I made a goblin engineer who's hell-bent on his Manhattan Project moment, but ended up befriending all the other players and becoming more of an advocate for safe use of material. But the last season, his two best friends got murdered by the BBEG, so now he's going to rage bait the BB. Yeah! I like it! Dude, that's gonna be so dramatic. I love it. That's actually really sick though. So I honestly really do hope it's more than anything you could have hoped it could be. Very excited for you. Shower, no water, no power. Split into 5 equal pieces. Big pair of scissors. This has been 3 years of emotional development with other players and plot for my character I made as a placeholder to test the game system. Shit. Well, that shit better be emotional if that's the case, you know? I hope I hope he will go home maybe a little traumatized. Because what's a good story if it doesn't leave you a little traumatized, you know? And listening to Blondie and Mother Teresa 70_ink inside. Do a leap, let her go. Unlike you very much. Download. Anything over from this one save. Download. Do they have? They might. What is this? Do they not have official trailer? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And then also let me look at their Word document about their press stuff, so that way I can make a video with the correct stuff on it. Oh. Inspired by a lost cartoon pilot. This was originally pitched to networks inside immersive players in a vibrant animated world brimming with eccentric characters. Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. Oh, I already did that. Okay. Okie dokie. And now we're gonna go. This one, this one, this one. Shoot. I might go ink inside Steam DB. I honestly think maybe their header images might be better. I'm not exactly sure, which is unfortunate. Maybe. Let me look at their thing again. Where is the link to the press kit? There we go. Backgrounds. This one can work. Yes. Download this one. Can download the characters afterwards. I think. Yeah. Okay, there you go. And then I'll just make one myself. So that way it looks better. Yeah, like that maybe. And these two. I want to flip her. Put her there. Him in. I actually maybe bring her a little bit lower. Might move me over just a little bit. And then bring these two down a bit. Like that. And then we can bring in the logo ink inside. we go. Oops. Oh. And then we go here, this one. 70, save. And then I think that's everything I need media-wise for this. I just need to finish writing this stuff up. Turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. Heart is just a twice I play, destiny is calling me, open up my eager eyes. Oh, I didn't mean to. Heart of an indie cartoon. Play a stick, an unfinished doodle trapped in a box. No post. I've been doing just fine. Gotta be damned because I want it all. Only I was a kiss, I didn't end up like this. I guess it was only a kiss. Asleep and rolling a cab. And he's taking a drag. And he's going to bed. Sick. Touching his chest now. He takes off her dress. Let me go. I just can't look, it's killing me and taking control. The sea's turning saints into the sea, hurling through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eye. Want to help me make a decision? Of course I do. Sorry. I didn't see that sooner. Of course I do. I'm sorry. What's up? Oh, I've been sent something and I want to look at it right now. Hold on, we're gonna look at it together. I want to try and do a little challenge prompt for myself to at least get into drawing a little bit. Do I get a switcher to draw a bunch of Pokemon or a bunch of Dragon Quest monsters? Dragon Quest. Oh, thank you. But I think Dragon Quest is more fun because I feel like Pokemon over the years has gotten just a bit more. They are just animals. But I think Dragon Quest could be a fun challenge. If you wanted to start with Pokemon and then if you got bored, do Dragon Quest, I think that'd be fine. But I think I'm looking at preview for model. Oh, this is perfect. But yeah, that just would be my suggestion. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Oh, it's perfect. After party, after party, after party, after party. After party, after party, after party, the party. Swear to God that this is another spam call. I don't even know whose number that is. Cool. Beware, no babies and you don't care. Do we have... Oh. These look beautiful. To party, after party. Oh my god, that model version is a blast from the past. Is it? Is it? This is actually the new model. This is just with toggles. The bob cuts. Like, I can have the bob cut right now. BZ tends to give me a bob cut when she's rigging me. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, it's perfect. Wait, hold on. I want to see this again. Oh, it's so perfect. Oh, gorgeous! Ah, so good. Okay, I'll like message BZ. Gorgeous. 100 out of 10. Absolute slay. Was there any preview for the draw? Or did I miss that? A wolf cut? Technically, I think there is a wolf cut. Technically, I think the hair, when the hair down, I think is technically wolf cut. So technically, gonna happen. I'm so excited. My favorite game franchise in order is Dragon Quest. Oh, then I would definitely do Dragon Quest first if that's the case. You guys want to win the OG overalls? I haven't seen them in forever. I've worn them before. I can wear them right now. I got you. We don't need this. Wrong one. Go. Any of these ones? I think it's just because I'm not that big on my screen. Should I be bigger? I guess when we're working, I could be bigger, huh? Yeah, could be bigger on the screen. Actually, now that I think about it, when we're doing co-working, I could just be bigger. I gotta be this big. It could be like this big. Yeah, because we're just co-working. I don't actually... Usually I have a screen in front too. Yeah. Maybe I should be bigger. Kaiju cow. Rah! 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 Well, we could be bigger. I don't see why not. Especially when we're co-working. Let me save this really quick. I'm gonna eat you all. Alright, let me move size, co-work. Get current. So now if I go just chatting. Okay, cool. Bigger words, yeah. Yeah, I never thought of it. Because, like, I only just recently realized that, like, I kind of have a lot of empty space. Don't even have so many people to craft. Fine. But you're so well seasoned. I feel like it tastes pretty good. I feel like my face tracking's a little bit off. I'm dying. Alright. I have things that are... I back. Welcome back. How was the drive to work? I think I have to recenter my face tracking. I'm trying out me being gamey. I use a lot of meats and nuts. And I feel like you'd still be pretty yummy. Please don't tell Buster I said this. I don't want to catch flack from Buster. I feel like my face tracking's like off. I like losing the face. We probably gonna fuck y'all, bitch. I looked at the boots you posted, and yeah, those are legit. Also, if you're gonna wear them a lot, eventually wear them out. Danner or a good cobbler can repair them since they're built to be repaired. Yay! I lost it. Oh no! Wait, what did you lose? Also, my face tracking's falling off. Hold on, I have to fix my face tracking. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem. No, I'll redeem that in 1 second. We added like a different type of like glue tape, double-sided tape to my tracking iPhone, and it's like slipping off. So I went to the dentist and had 18 x-rays done on my teeth. Are your teeth okay? Oh, this is disgusting. I have to redo this. It's a whole thing I gotta fill out so plot can be. Oh, gotcha. Oh. Do I have another one? I do have another one. Does this stick? Hold on. Will this stick onto this good? I'll stick on it fine. Fuck, I'm not built for the heat. It's only 72. The heat. Your nervous factor. Gee, how'd you do that? Sorry, my tracking is not on right now. I'm trying to change what it's on really quick, but how the fuck you do that, mate? That's good. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. You can do that? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. There's nerves in your teeth. You can fuck them bitches up if you're not careful. Okay, this thing is fucking toasted. Okay. Hopefully this new sticky one will be better. It's 68 right now and feels plenty warm. It doesn't need to get any warmer. Fair. Hold on, I gotta change stuff with my stuff really quick. I have to change stuff with my overlay really quick because it's gonna bug me if I don't fix it really quick. So I want to be bigger. Really fair. Wanted to be sure I wasn't being a goober. Stunning. Okay. It's the difference between down my jaw and it hurts. So my next appointment is to drill. Oh, geez, I'm sorry that you have to go through that. I hope that it's a slick and easy process. You don't have to do too much about that. I think this guy needs to come in just a little bit more, so that way when there you go. Get better soon, yes. Get better soon. Hold on. Nope. I'm clicking all of the wrong things. Nope. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna share this screen really. Well, okay. Okay. Here, we can hide this screen really quick there. I want to redo something really quick. I just took some antibiotics. Well, I hope that like still like I'd be dead. If that was me, I would be like, nope, I'm done. I'm done. Move source. This is desk. Okay, this is gonna be renamed desk default size. Cancel. I want to duplicate this. This default. I decided to try a drink I can't say, and it's yummy. Oh, I do love me a half and half. Like a half and half, like sweet, like a sweet tea and some lemonade. That is fair. Might have to stop my face tracking just so I can scoop myself over just a little bit more. Oh, thank you for the 10 stream streak! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I say, for my wife, I always say, oh no, Palmer. That's fair. Arnold Palmer. Arnold Palmer. Now you got me fucked up. So this one. Okay. Arnie Palmy. I usually say like 50-50, like half and half. This was water default. Wow, to get transformed. Water coworking. Okay, there we go. And duplicate. And this one here. There you go. And like there. Get transform. Okay, so water default. Is my desk seem too tall? I think my desk should be like right there. Get so desk default. No po boys, no new bands. And then I would do chair default. Boys, no new bands. Where's my chair? Being chair. Where's my chair? Chair. Duplicate. Coworking. Hold on, I'm just gonna disconnect my face tracking real quick. I did this the wrong way. There we go. Get transformed so I can lock it. I can lock the this. So now if I go to chair default or chair coworking, it'll be bigger. Okie dokie. And then I'm gonna move me just a little bit. Okay. You guys can see how, like, when I talk, my model still bounces, which is a fun effect that BZ added. Alrighty. My disk. A little bit bigger. There we go. And then filters. Okay. And then I don't know what song we're listening to, but ooh, what the fuck? Might do it here. Hi, Poopette. I've been writing down when I'm in a good mood and what I'm excited for. Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds so fun. Dude, I should do that. I love that idea. What are you excited for right now? Hello. Hi, Kiwi. I'm in my mother's boy, but can't. Well, no problem. Have fun lurking. Move model. Okay, this is going to be co-working position. And if this is something that we're gonna be in often, I want to put this over here then. Set from file. What is BLT holding? He's holding a turtle named after him. He's holding a turtle that Sheppy Collie named BLT. Yeah. Isn't it nice? When a bad dude got me down so I can process it on paper or put it. Oh, dude, that's so smart though, Happy. I should do that. Because like for me, when I'm like not gonna lie, like a day, like even an hour after I'm upset or I'm happy about something, I black it out. On God, I black it. I black it out. Wait, what did you think it was? What did you think? What did you think it was? I didn't know I could make these emotes. I didn't know I could make these emojis. Oh my God, why did no one tell me to make these emojis? I never reread my journal, but it feels nice to write. That's fair. I think like because I have such a hard time remembering and then processing what I feel, honestly, that just makes a lot of sense. Why is it so small? Did you know that the Theobroma cacao, the scientific name for the cacao tree, means food of the gods? I did not know that. Thank you for the lurk. If writing things out, how process will have. Yeah, definitely. I think I should do that. On God, Happy. I'm actually gonna start doing that. Hold on. Let me get my pen and paper. Because I actually really like that idea. Because, like, tomorrow I have therapy, and I know that 5 different things has happened through the week, but I've already forgotten them. Oh my God. That's actually, sorry, doing too, and you're totally fine. Let's see. to just write happy? Sad. Sad does not look even better for therapy. Yeah, happy new boots. Birthday plan. Birthday plan. Sad. No off. Kai. People. Peeps. Be fake. Peeps be fake. I'm not gonna go into that. That's from my therapist. Your birthday is next week, right? It is 2 weeks from now. It's 2 weeks from now? Yeah, so the 23rd. It's in 2 weeks. Hi, Corey! Hi, Corey! I gotta think of something that I want to draw for my birthday. Because every year on my birthday, I always give something back. Thank you, Star. I'm sitting at an angle that's not with my face tracking. Oops. Hiya. Hi. How are you? Bro. Hold on. Sorry. I need to do a thing. My face tracking, it just keeps falling off. Do I have the thing for it? I don't know where I put it. Blah, 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 blah. I honestly don't know where I put it. Oh, it is this thing. I found it. Okay. More about the cacao tree. It comes from Greek theo meaning God, broma meaning food. Ooh. Fancy. That lands in the center. Okay, I have to like redo my face tracking glue. I'm gonna go for it. Okay, there we go. Found it. Look that body. Okie dokie. Needs to go one over like here. Okay. Excited for my voice was coming. I actually like the sound of my voice most times now. Oh my god, that's so great though. So I'll only get better. Yeah, that's so exciting though. Oh my god, happy. That's so awesome. I'm a lot more consistent with it lately. That's good. I put it a little bit to the left. I'm just trying to make sure the magnet stays on this time. Might need to get like an iPhone, like a case for this that has MagSafe on it. That might be easier for it. Oops. I'm doing voice. You sound like more like a voice that feels like me. Honestly, everybody could use a little voice training, I think. Especially if you want to be like a content creator. I should see if there's any of those. Okay. Okay, hopefully she'll stay nice and pretty now. Also, chocolate was originally only drank as a bitter spiced liquid for the first. Really? Wow, it's been around for much longer than I thought it would ever have been for. Honestly. But okay. It's like big icon, big icon. It's like small icon. Why is it smaller? Give me taper. No, yeah, yum chocolate. Yum chocolate indeed. Yeah, it's so tiny. Wait, is this a different font? It's default. Why is this so tiny? One of these have to be bigger, right? Okay, but not. Big. Chill. Hub. Work. I'm not gonna lie, I watched Rugrats so much as a kid. I actually had to take lessons to stop talking like kids in the show. Oh, that's kinda cute though. It only turned into powder form 1828 and didn't make it too far. Make it to bar form until really? That's surprising. That's like not what I honestly would have expected for chocolate. Alright, this one, actions, co-working, get current, move, and then we gotta get the OBS studio ones, which are... Actually, I think I did this wrong. I want... multi-action switch is what I want. So then we do the VTube studio one, change, or not change model. Get current, this is co-working. And then this is going to be hub. Oh wait, shit. Hub. And then go here, and then scale model. Oh, this is like kind of fast though. Let's do like 3 seconds. Okay, I think I like it better the other way. Just because it moves model better, I think. Maybe not. Maybe change it. Actually, it's fine. Does it fix it? Okay. Okie dokie. That was a little weird, but we got there. And then go to OBS. Filter. Cacao beans were also used primarily as a form of currency. How does that? How would liquid I guess right? It would be liquid currency. How does liquid currency work? Like, how would you weigh that though? You know. That's filter, right? Source. Hub. This is co-working. Look up currency equal cash. But I feel, isn't that different though? It's like if I played with if your money is tied up in stocks or real, then it's not liquid. Cause I be eating all my, I know, edible food, edible money. But like, I guess I'm confused of like, how do they weigh it, right? Bring back chocolate coins. Copy, paste, default, paste, water. Oh, Let's bring that water down actually a little bit. It's mainly based on amount, not weight. Position. Desk default. Wait, no, this is a chair. Chair default. Okay, so now if I click this button. Stay away. There we go. Okay, it's not as smooth as I want it to be, but I think that'll be okay. Ooh, I didn't give it an icon. Hold on. Like orcs and teeth. Teeth! Teeth. Set from icon. It's like a mode. Edna mode. I'd have to change my career to chocolatier or something. You'd be a great chocolatier, in my opinion. Whoa, sorry. It used to be they used the beans but not the pods. Strange Vision 30 different pods. Oh, that makes more sense. That it's the pods that yeah, okay, that makes more sense. There'd be nothing left to sell. You get bored of it after a while, no? I think you could get bored of it after a while. Alright, there we go. Insert image, insert. No, nope. But then you'd be the greatest chocolatier if you think about it. If you got so good, like if you ate that much chocolate, you would know chocolate like the inside of your like the back of your hand, and I feel like you could be a really good like chocolatier at that point. You know? Okay. And such an 2. Where was the thing? Press kit. They had a TikTok. I love Google sometimes because I'm looking into the chocolate stuff and it says, I quote, "end service from..." The end service was posted from 10 beans. 10 beans. My chocolate costs 5 chocolate. Hey, I got you for 9 beans. What about for 9 beans at ink inside game? Ink inside game. Okie dokie. That's a lot of the current. Ooh, I have to ask you one thing. Request. Ooh. Would it be possible to have that hold doll toggle have a variant without the doll? The most expensive bar of chocolate was sold for... What the fuck? Did it cure cancer? Did it cure cancer? What do you mean it was that expensive? is it so expensive? Why? With a lot of refreshing. Sold into a game. 2001. What was it made out of? With a lot of current games just being barely processed craft, it's really refreshing to see. It's refreshing to see game devs finding a place where they finding with a lot of current games being barely processed crap. It's refreshing to see. Oh, what are the devs of this? Indefinite. And so yeah, be no problem. Do you know if you give me chocolate, I would probably eat it? Do not eat the really. Why not? Wait, what? Why don't you? Why isn't it more? Why not eat it? You should eat it. Eat the chocolate. On carbon paste what I pound. Do it. Do it. I want to know. I'm back. Welcome back. I hope you're well. The most valuable chocolate bar in the world is a 100-year-old Cadbury chocolate, which went on Captain Robert Scott's first discovery expedition in 1904 to 1901 to the Antarctic. The bar, which is 10 centimeters 4 inches long, wrapped and uneaten in a cigarette tin, was bought for $687 by an anonymous buyer at Krusty's Long UK. But why is it so expensive? You got some big ass strawberries. They're perfect. That's awesome. I hope they're room temperature. I like. Sorry, my voice cracked. I like room temperature strawberries because I think they're sweeter. Because when I eat cold strawberries. No, cold only? Cold only? Does it not make your teeth go? Does not make your teeth go? Edit dates. I forgot to make this 2 p.m. It went in with the guy who it went with a guy. Oh, so is that the person that bought it? But Michael, why is it so expensive? History, history. It's like historical value. I guess. I straight. Okay, that's fair. That's the person that owned it before. Oh, gotcha. Still, I feel like I don't know. I just feel like it shouldn't be that. I don't know. It doesn't feel like chocolate that should be that expensive. But historical. Okay. I guess, yeah. I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't know. In my brain, it's like chocolate. Chocolate's something that's meant to be consumed. And like super fresh strawberries in forever. Did you get it from like a local farmer's market? Like if you had George Washington's chocolate bar? I guess, but I think he'd be sad that I didn't eat the chocolate bar, you know? You know? I feel like that may kind of make sense. Actually, I want to copy that. No, none around here, but from a small grocery store chain. That's cool. That's cool. Always buy from Widow stores. I'm gonna replace this one with this one. A small brand, only they get. That's fair. I feel like a 100-year-old chocolate bar is like taking your life into your own hands. I'm just saying, someone should have ate it before it became 100 years old. Is what I mean. You know. At least that's how I think that we should have someone just should have eaten it. Like in my opinion, if I found like Robin Williams' little chocolate stash, I would have eaten it. You know? Oh wait, hold on. During World War I, the Nazis planned to kill Winston Churchill with an exploding chocolate bar sensory because I don't know if Twitch will be okay with that word. That's fair. Twitch's smart detection still didn't like it, which is interesting. But no, that's fair. I mean, see, chocolate is meant to be eaten. Chocolate is meant to be eaten. I like this one. I like this little birdie. Also, did you know German isn't it? It's not. Wait, what do you mean it's not? What do you mean? Where's it from then? Where it come from? Where it come from? Wow! Big emote. Big emote. Named after. Oh, it's from Texas. What the fuck? What the fuck? I did not know. Hey, that's actually a good did you know? German. Thank you, Norman. Cake isn't from Germany. It's named after its creator, Sam German. Is there any fun facts about red velvet cake? I might want to do one of those because I like red velvet cake. Oh, thank you, Norman. Mwah. Mwah. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Keeping my lights on, Pookie. Thank you. And I hope those strawberries are delicious. Hashtag read, hashtag book, hashtag book talk. What do you mean devouring? What do you mean? What do you mean? Hey, everybody, very nice. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Is this true? Are you sure? I feel like you may be lying to me. Cake fun facts. I'm only 20. Ooh, look at you. I don't believe you. Invention. So who invented? There's no one named written with the recipe books, but it literally evolved from early cocoa-based cakes. But back then, cocoa reacted to. Do you want to be lied to? No. I'm just not seeing a lot of information on this because that would be a really good TikTok. Could my gooba be the new item? A goob? Your goob? Let me think. How hard would that be? That might be a little hard for me to do. Your little goober emote. But if you want to trade, Norman, I'll draw you as a milk bean. I'll draw you as one of the milk beans. If you'd prefer that. Like, I could do a custom one of the milk beans for you if you'd like. I could do that. Hold on. Let me write that. Let me put that as a, cause not everybody wants a 3D deal. Okay. Okay, let me change that then. That way, if cause like I realize some of you do want custom ones, so let's do that. Free art. Art from Elaine. Free. You either a custom to sprite version of your character as a milk bean, or I can make you a low poly I don't know. Does this work? It does. Or does that work? No, it doesn't. It's a milk bean or a custom character or custom, yes. Cause like I realize not everybody wants a 3D model, especially cause like sometimes it's not something that like you would ever do something with. But I could make, cause like custom milk bean, I could do custom milk beans. A custom 2D sprite version of your OC, your character, or a low poly. Actually, maybe I'll just do that. Go find me. I'll create you a custom version of your character as a milk bean. I'm sorry, fruit bat. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Norman gave me a really good idea. Take my money. It's not money. It's channel points. Because Elaine would feel bad asking for money for those. Because I just do them for fun. Most people don't read. They use it on. Hey, listen, you still can. You still can. Nothing's stopping you, you goober. You still definitely can. Oh, this is the April Fool's one. We'll fix that one in a second then. I think this is still accurate, I think. But the temptation. Who knows? Maybe at some point I'll put it on a discount. Also random, but I've been addicted to Cobblemon. Really? Really? I'm not much of a Cobblemon person, but I know quite a few people that like it. Have you been like playing it on like a public server, or you've been playing it solo, like just you? 41 this one. Okay, save. Close. I think reading will be fine. Okay. My friends have dragged me into a server with them. Fun. Fun. Hey, you know, if you and your friends Well, if you really, because it's sub only. If you wanted to play on a new Milk Club server, we got a new mod pack going on. It's pretty cool. What's the temptation? I have spare points to spend. Oh, it's for custom milk bean. It's for Milkify Me. You're just gonna mouth open, mouth closed. Guess what, Goob? What's up, Norman? What's up? Trying to think of something and then I forgot. Reading just one book this year already puts you ahead of most of them. I used to create to make an automatic Pokemon bomb. Cobblemon? Really? Really? That's interesting. Also, I need to add the data wham. The data wham. Maybe adding. Am I allowed to redeem that first? Yeah, if you'd like. I don't mind. Norman, you're so sweet. Thank you. Has new mods? No, Zodi's just a secret mod. Zodi's like he's a modder for quite a few VTubers. So he's like a part-timer here. He just sneaks in from the shadows every now and then. He's our shadow mod. Also, it sucks that the Cobblemon server is on Essential, so I can only play when the server. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I understand that. That's why I always try to like pay for the hosted one. Twilight Forest. The Minecraft server. Oh yeah, we're playing. So we're playing Minecraft. Eternal 2. We're playing with this mod pack. We're playing with my MC Eternal 2. Thank you for the wellness check and the head pat. Very, very, very. It's like the mod pack that I was trying to make, but like better, like way better. So if you want to check that out, you definitely should. Milkify Me, Zoldy. Are you doing that for fruit bat? You doing that for fruit bat? Can you use that for? Okay, thank you, Zoldy. Let me. I gotta make a new Excel sheet. Actually, I could do that in here. Thank you. Stream redeems. I can't type. The song makes me always feel so ethereal. Delete. Okay. Oh, this was for the Fishmas. Delete. This is the sub charm checklist. Sub charms, and then I can't see. This will be, I won't use since I got enough to do a bunch of them. Thank you, Zodi. But thank you for giving out as a gift. Yeah, I'm always happy that if someone wants to use their points for someone else, I'm happy. I'm happy to accommodate because it's very nice. Put this here. Stay high. Stay. I don't like this name. Tilt warp? That is not the monospace. No, it's sans serif, right? Yeah. Not a sans. VM. Oh, I had monster rat. There we go. Bro, I just checked my message from my roommate. I found out he's got. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Ooh, fuck Knuckles. That sucks ass balls. I am very sorry for your roommate. Ooh, no. Okay, so no real harm, but that shit scared me. No, that's so fair. I'm sorry that you had. I'm sorry that that happened, period. Holy shit. I have never, like, lost my wallet or, like, stuff before, but I would have a mental breakdown. Yeah, are they okay? I'd have a mentee bee. Straight up mentee bee. No! No, probably not. Probably not. Probably not. I think so. They seemed okay over text, but they aren't home yet, so I can't check. That's fair. Okay. This one's a little small. 12. I think it's just too thick. I don't know. But get home safely. Yes, yes, indeed. Oh, why would I be announcing my own guy? I'm smarter than that. That's fair. That's fair. You're not me. Okay, milkify me. Okay. No. Hand problems. I think I have to DM Rhino because Rhino has had that, but I made him one technically. You avoided the obvious trap. Good on you. The column username. Dishes all night. Amogus. Amogus. What? Why'd you do Amogus? So random. Amogus. That's funny. I don't know why that tickled my funny bone. Just the Amogus. Street is That's fair. That's fair. Let's combine this one. Info. Fruit bat vamp. I would edit this to be have ref whip done. Done. This is this one. Gray, orange. Done. It's here. It's here. I was gonna be like, okay, I had on God. I'm so bad at Among Us. Maybe we could play that. So, okay, I was thinking about doing like Jackbox on my birthday, but I don't know, like I feel like it's kind of like whatever. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have played it, so I don't know if it'd be that fun. But like we could do Duck Duck Goose. Duck Duck Goose is free and it's like Among Us, but it's got more stuff in it. Ow. And I'm nervous because it always seems like, oh God. We passed over there was a body. We having a good time. I'll do like the date and then do today's date, which is 3/9/26. I just told the truth and gotten away with stuff. That's because you're so like trusting. Like everybody trusts you. That's why. Like, oh yeah, Zodi, nah, he wouldn't do something evil. That's fair. I think this is all I need. Like columns. And then we'll just combine this. Milkify. I should have just say at the start, if I'll kill, I'll admit it, and then don't get voted. Like I said, it's because we trust you, Zodi. We trust that you ain't gonna do nothing, and then you do something, and then we're like, huh? They're gonna be a good time. I don't really like that. Name without the $sign. Whatever. I guess I'm colorblind. Remove. And then the date. Yeah. Yeah, mind the mind. Okay. Oh, this could be like a notes section. Notes. Bold. Left. Up. 12. I also say shit to throw people off when I'm so I will kill blank first, then I kill blank first, and say the imposter trying to flame me works for the first half until people can catch on. That's fair. My only thing is like I can be a killer once, and I'll do pretty good. But if it's more than once, like if I get killer like more than one time in a row, I'm fucked. I cannot keep it up. Like I'm fucked at that point. Save dashboard. Wait, is it this one? Oh. Oh. Delete. Okay, there you go. I fixed it all. Okay. See, I just act sad and pathetic when people accuse me and they feel bad. Damn. I guess, oh, you know what? I guess we'll have to put it to the test on my birthday. It's like kicking up. Not what I expected. And chat told me about this after threatening to read a whole book. I was shook. Okay, hold on. I do want to plan my birthday out a little bit. Let me grab a notepad. That's not a notepad. I think. Yeah, okay, cool. I have it on this computer too. Okay. Power washing and yapping. That's good. So 2 to 10? 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. PST. And then we're doing Kletka collab with Mew. Who else has Kletka? I think I want to just be sure that like I think Shems and Ghost do as well. I just want to see. Alade! Wah. Mew. Don't worry, Daedalus. I was already writing you on the list. I just want to make sure the others had it. Ghost. Shems. Daedalus. Wait, I forget. It's okay. That's okay. Okay, so we can do Clicka. Maybe I'll do like 1 hour of Power Wash Sim. That way, if Clicka not Jack, but Goose Duck. Goose Duck with chat. In case it comes back. It'll come back. I believe. Yeah, Goose Duck is free. Yeah, I like Goose Duck a lot. I was gonna say, yeah, I got you. Wait, did I spell your name right? I did, okay. That way it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I might have to do one more person. Who else would want to play? Maybe we can get Indie. We can get Indie. I'll buy it for Indie. Or Pancake. Pancake could also be fun. Indie or Pancake. I'll have to think about it. Let's see. Wait, if we did, hold on. It's Mew, Ghost, me, Shems, Daedalus. We might want one more boy. I might get Indie then. Make it even. Male aura, and then body and vexed. Yeah, I think that might be the plan. Let me send this to myself. Yeah, I remember. What is it? What did you remember? Wild! No! 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 Really? Really? You promise. You promise. You promise. Are you promising right now? I will turn into that seal that they bought. I will turn into that seal. Are you serious? I have to take a picture of this. I have to take a picture of this now. Oh my god. Computer. Oh my god. Now I have to not. We'd be spoiling a lot. Yes! I'm so excited. Yeah. I turned it to a seal just for this occasion. Wait. I might be too big. Okay, I am. Hold on. There we go. Ah. I am a seal. I am a seal. Welcome to the sealing world. That's club. Be interested. And I'm getting pizza? What kind of pizza? I'm gonna be interested. It's free version of Among Us as the chat segment. As the game with chat segment of birthday. That's a weird combination, but it's pepperoni and salami. Meat on me. Update on the card thing, because my roommate got home. He's okay. They couldn't spend any of the money because our bank clocked it automatically when he tried to spend $400 at Target. Why Target? Maybe gift cards. Maybe they were trying to buy gift cards. Maybe they were trying to buy gift cards. But I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad that they didn't do that. Okay. Okay, I think I got the plan. The plan for my birthday is settled. Pin it. I'll do it on my birthday. Reveal reality weaver outfit. Change your question, club room, so down for that. Yippee! Okay, good. I've really wanted to play it for a while. I just didn't know who would want to play it because like everybody likes Among Us more, which is fair, but so on God, banks be getting pretty good about it. My bank did that once. One time there was someone that was trying to spend like $100 and some at like a fucking Midwest fucking game store or something, and my bank called me like 5 times. What day would that be? The 27th. I'll be on the 27th, so it'll be on a Friday. So, but don't worry, I'll make a whole plan and everything. I'll make a whole schedule. Don't worry. I was just wanting to see if people liked the idea. New panels. Okay. I'm mostly up in Pog. There's one book. Reading just one book this year already puts you ahead of most Americans. Ow! Interested in that manga you've been meaning to pick up. That you heard so much about. Pick it up. What's that one author that does like no, I can't share it, but it's like what is it called? Pounded in the Butt by my book. Chuck Tingle. There we go. All right, there we go. So if you're at all interested in that new Chuck Tingle novel that you've heard so much about, pick it up. There you go. That's a good call. That's a good call. I like that one. All right. On my day off. Yippee! Is Minecraft still the same IT? The new IP. I can. Here, I'll at you with it. We changed it. Forward to. There's the new one. Yeah, it says it at the bottom. Cool. Let me actually change that in the. What kind of gardening did you do? Jump. Edit. IP save. Okay, wait. I'm just gonna make a new post. Minecraft server info. Of course. Yeah. No, I'm gonna do it from hold on, dashboards with Carlbot. Planted some flowers and I also replanted some rosemary. I love rosemary. Have you ever had rosemary fries? There's a burger place near me that does rosemary fries. I fucking love them. They're so good. I love rosemary fries. They're Trying to find the thing. Embeds. There we go. I had a great rosemary. She sent it to me. Icon. The title. Minecraft server info. Rosemary is so good. I can't spell Rosemar. It's okay. None of us can spell. Gallery. This image. Dog, share recipe, please. If I do, share crispy cream. Oh, please share these. Share them. IPN. Maincraft. Server IP. Current mod pack. Additional mods. And then I'll put them in a Google Drive. Google. New folder. Minecraft. I had to dig through my was oh, that's nice. You know it's good when it's great. That's a generational thing. That's like when you know it's generationally good. Ooh, that sounds nice. Hey, you guys with the fancy breads. Accessories, tinkers. Share. Anyone link. Copy link. Additional mods. Click here. Google Drive. Download. Drive folder. Additional information. Extra mods. Oh, it doesn't do the thing. I think it's like this. I don't remember. Is it this way? No, it's not. For the people I look for you. There we go. Extra mods, current mod pack. Minecraft Eternal 2. I'll go look for that. Yippee! No wonder my husband wanted to marry me. Probably because I could cook. That's how I feel about pixels. I'd like that cheese in the middle of the flatbread dough before I fry it. Ooh. Welcome back. I hope whatever it was good. The way you're phrasing it makes me curious about what it is, but I'm not gonna ask. Okay, Sean. You need to have a potluck one day. That would be so fun. Is it double? Is it a double thing? Side. Wait, is there a recipe channel? Oh, there isn't. We have coupon book. Here, I'll make a thread in the oven. Oops. Cookbook. I would like to know if you want to DM it to me. Here, we have a cookbook thread now. You want to be a thread or a channel? Let me know if you guys think it should be a thread or a channel. Dated wham. Do threads disappear? Yes, they do. I can just make it a channel. I say channel, okay. Can I duplicate the channel? Duplicate channel? And then copy. Okay. Okay, I fucked it up. Cancel. Edit. Oh, nope. Hold on. No rush. This is actually a really good idea because then I can share like any like because I'm gonna be making cookbook I can share my cookie stuff, my cookie recipes. Thank you. Oh my! Oh my! Hope you had fun! Made a killer strawberry shortcake. To share recipes. Okay, now we have a cookbook channel. Maybe it should be a book. I had lots of fun, I'm glad. Ooh, wait, no, we have a butter one. That's at the dining table. Fuck. Okay, cookbook might just be that one. Should be fun with the AI stuff. Okay, bork. Official server info. Post. Okay, we should be good now. Oh, that didn't work. Thank you for the wellness check. Copy message. Like, I will do that in 1 second. Aw, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Wawa and stretch time. Okay. We love Seal Daughter. Why I love you? I will stretch and then I will do this because I'm getting confused. Okay. Oh, good stretches. All right. Now I'm going to drink some water and then I'll do my arm stretches. Which we do 3 sets of 10. Maybe an extra set of 10 if we can fit it in. But not a big thing. You know? It's important that we do, as I've been told many a times, it is more important to do exercises properly than more often, because if you do them incorrectly, then you're just gonna hurt yourself. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take a little breaky to make sure I don't fuck it up. Oop. Let's get this. Hold on, there's a, I think I did it here. I can always ask my mom for the recipe. Yeah, no rush. It's never a rush. Hold on. I think I have that in here. Yeah. That's not gonna work. Copy link. There you go. Oh, that's not gonna work. I don't know if this will work. No, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, let's do it this way, and then copy link. Which case? Oh, Jesus. Where do we go? Minecraft server in for ow! Ow! 1, 2. Uh-oh. I think my mom did too. It's okay. It's okay. My mom did too. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But you're not freaked out. Well, that depends on your classification, because according to my traditional mother, I am a bit. Current mod pack. This one. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm gonna have to go pee if you guys keep doing this. I'm a hoe, girl. We all gotta hold up a little bit. You're welcome. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't want to go to the bathroom right now. Vex, I don't want to go to the bathroom right now. Later. Goobers. Extra mods. I love the duality of my stream of just like, we have people young enough to that enjoy the 6-7 meme, and we have people old enough to be like, fuck out of here. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Give me 2 seconds. Hello, Arrow. Welcome on in. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Boop. Boop. There's Kenny's post. Okay. I think that should be fixed. That's rage bait humor. That's fair. I think it's just as silly as like 21, 24, and stuff like that. There you go. Wait, should I add the rules in here? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yes? No? What was the thought that was forming? What does that mean? That's fucked up. That is fucked up. You can't say that you're dyslexic. Sometimes it does. Pixels was making fun of you guys. Unk is over 25. Hag is over 30. I'm Unk? I don't want to be Unk. I want to be Aunt. I want to be Aunt. Can I be Aunt? You are Unk, though. You be a fun uncle. I think Unk is fair. I would just want to be female Unk. It's Auntie line. It's Auntie line. Pixels. Okay, so for those of you guys that didn't hear him, Pixels said that if he streamed on Twitch regularly, I'm an Unket. He said it that if he were to stream on Twitch normally, it'd be his main thing would be banning half of you because he doesn't like 6'7". That was his whole bit. And I think that's a little crazy. I think that's a little crazy. But that's why Pixels is our lord and say, what do you mean? He's just old. I'm just gonna retire this channel, I think is my plan. Lane has a safe space, mine has a warning sign, and Pixels. See, I wouldn't say it if streamer low like wouldn't be the first time I've been banned for brain rot. I think Pixels is just like he very much likes like-minded people. And if you're a baby in his brain, he's like, get out of here, little fucking baby. Whereas I'm like, me too, man. Me too. I'm very relatable. Just as a side note. His SMP server. That any that subs to play on. Pixel goes kick the baby for real, Be a Pixel. Me and Pixel will get along. I can't wait to come over this summer. The Pixel's baby phobic. As long as it's not an actual baby, yes. It'd be very interesting because I think, in a way, though, Pixels would be more. How do I put it? Like more almost. Thank you for the wellness check. Family friendly than me. You're looking at me. Ow! First was that I thought you were gonna say it would be very interesting to kick in action. No, we don't kick babies here. A person all over again. I wanna kiss someone else's neck. Have to pretend it's yours instead. Control rules. Should I do this as a separate one? I agree. I hate rat dogs. I love kids, people treating their rat dog like goobers. Still recover. This one down here. Rules. The things I wanna get under for a new person all over again. A Shiba Inu, that's so cute. And it's yours instead. And another son. Okay, what if I update that? Oh. This one, toggle color picker. This one, go darker, toggle color picker. Update. All over again. There we go. That's way easier. And then Minecraft is gonna go all the way down here. Oh, Jesus. I know. So you've been trying to kill me with moving. What? My roommate are just thinking of moving to another state next year. I just moved to this. What the fuck? Where are they gonna move? Across? How far? I'm gonna go eat foods. I may or may not be back. If not, good night. Good night, Sheppy. Can you add me in the Discord when you get the scripts on? So yeah, yes, I can do that. Sorry, I got a little distracted with updating the Minecraft server now that it doesn't need a whole thing of introduction. All right, but yes, I will at you. I'll DM you. I'll DM in at you. Did you know? Roughly 1/3 of Americans don't read after high school, and only 20% of households buy at least one book a year, which means if you're actually reading, or at least subconsciously reading these captions, doing better than most. Man, this sucks. I want to eat outside, but I can't get takeout from the. I can't get takeout. I can't. How come? Oh yeah, I guess some dining halls don't let you do that, right? You guys sneak it. My brother suggested we move in with him and his husband because 4 people, 1 rent, easy. Plus, my brother misses me. That's fair. Would your brother be interested, or would your roommate be interested in that? Oh, cold. If they want their Americans to read. At least 1 book a year, which means if you're actually reading this or this, then you're doing better than most. After doing some research, apparently, truly, roughly 60% of Americans, truly, only 60% of Americans read at least one book a year. This includes ebooks. I'll probably grab a snack after I eat it. That's fair. What kind of snack? If I do see you guys when I come over there, my other friends want to see. I want to. Aw, that's nice. That's so nice. Italian and Jen are my favorite to make eat, but Mexican and Greek are great too. This is true. After doing research, only 60% of Americans read at least. How many books? Reading just one book this year already puts you ahead of most Americans. After doing some research, only 60% of Americans read at least one book a year. This includes ebooks and audiobooks. Roughly 1/3 of Americans don't read after high school, and only 20% of households buy at least one book a year, which means if you're actually reading, or at least subconsciously reading these captions, then you're doing better than most. Why is the rate of people reading lessening? Responding to the server at night. It's okay. If you find a bed, I should change the... Fuck, I need to change the... If someone's on and they sleep, time will go by a lot faster. But I'm sorry that it's night. As been suggested, daily the recline as it changes for... I need reason. One of the more troubling aspects of recent trends is that these declines in average achievement have been more pronounced among low performing students. Why are we read less? I think may be controversial. I believe that. Well, it may be controversial. I believe that one of the many unpopular gets spread around. The AI bullshit. Biased. Accessing worldwide literary data base, the internet. So if you're interested in that, okay, I think that's okay. Yes, there's one missing, but has first step. Sorry, what? What about me? I love sweets. I love sweets. Sweets are nice. I like sweets a lot. Cookies. Oh yeah, I have dibs on the Lego set because I gotta buy a Pixels a birthday present. I like sweets a lot though. Or fresh fruit. Fresh fruit makes me very happy. Oh, star, thank you. Trying food from random places is always cool. Labels. I need to get the media for this. Videos. I like this one. Video editing. Did you know? What if I brought a flower Lego so you two could build it together? I'm always down for more Lego sets, no, more flower Lego sets, honestly. But you don't have to. Just hanging out would be really nice. You know, hanging out and maybe just promise me you won't judge me in person. That would be honestly. I have to make you all sign an agreement that when you meet, if we ever meet in person, whether that's a con or otherwise, that you have to promise you will not judge me. That would be the greatest gift, if I'm completely honest. Is just promising not to judge me, I think, would make me the happiest. Nobody like it. I'll share my... Here, let me share my... I don't actually know how good of a recipe it is. Hold on, let me duplicate this. Duplicate page. I'm gonna just remove that because that's cheesy. Cookie pie. This is a little big. There you go. Download. I'm judging unless they're being Karen or Ken. True. That's fair. I just think I have like this preconceived notion of like, you know, when like, I don't know if you guys have heard like people having this drama. It's very unfortunate. But like some streamers, they'll go in person, and because obviously, and it's to no one's fault, I would say, but uh I would say it's no one's fault for doing for you guys. Everybody has a preconceived notion of what everybody looks like. That's just how our brains are. No one's faulted for that. But the fault lies in when you start saying negative stuff about those people. And I know you guys wouldn't. I have that anxiety. Library. Hi, Ray. 45. Look at that big money number. 45. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for lurking. I hope you're doing well. Look at them. Guys, can we get a shout out for Ray? Hold on, I can do it. I can do it. Hold on. Ugh. Shout out for Ray. Radish. Go check them out if you haven't. They're one of my favorite Radish VTubers around. And they're really cool, and they rap, which is awesome. Conceived, careful. You may be saying I don't know words, but you know, you could be a warm I still love you, but yippee. Bro, your vid on your page has me dying. Which one? Wait, what? Which vid? The other sufferers just preconceived. Ah, preconceived. Okay, got it. Preconceived notion. Ray's vid on his page. Oh yeah, Ray's great. Ray's great. We love Ray. We love Ray. Ray's a very funny goober. We like Ray a lot. How many videos do I need for this? I've already forgotten. This one have it? No, it's an older one. What's the cat one? I like the cat. The cat one I did went really well, so I'll try to do more of that. 11. Okay. Eight. Might do. Read. Ow. Oh, my brain. Book. We're at 9. Oh, not bad. 10. I think I need one more though. A rabbit reading? That one's a little low though. That's fair. I'm just saying, sometimes expectations can be lowered, you know? I just want to lower the expectation a bit, just a little bit. Where is... I need, like, one more. I guess it's fine. Animal reading. What's up, boy? I want more animals reading. More videos of animals reading. I think that's fun. I like that. There we go. There we go. Nice little kitty. Save. Okay. Cool. Alright, that's pretty good. We did that video. Now we just need to do the VTuber one, and that will be okay. To do the enshrined ones, I think, will be next. I was still in fall till I saw your face. Now it's erased. VTuber. Well, I was still gonna nap some more. Have a good nap. Model is by Cinnamon, which is also known as Coca-Cola. V-Stars. Zara. HQ. Cinnamint. Say a stupid line. Oh, why did it do that? I don't like it when it does that. When it does, like, the mobile view. They have a lot of clips. Oh. No, they have 3 clips. Chad, they only have 3 clips. I fucked up. God, I love pork best meat. Why do you think pork best meat? I want to do a video on them. They don't have a lot of clips, and I don't really want to download a VOD. It's yummy and cheap. That's fair. It's fair. What do I do? I guess I could just delete the VODs afterwards. I didn't really want to, but that's alright. Open like a new tab. View all. This one. I like this gummy model they have. I like the animation on it. It's really cute. Sorry, Elaine was having drawing ideas, drawing inspiration. Like, if you're careful, you can get pork for ooh. Fair. I don't know. Do they have good variation in this video? I'm playing Outer Wilds. And get it for even less sometimes. Ooh. I might download it through this. This won't work. Meetin. Oh no, I don't know how to say their name. TikTok? Yazara? Did they say Yazara? Hold on. Yazara? Gravelkra? Ooh, I'm fucked. Izara. Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna say their full name. I think that might be best for me. Oh, and then one of these clips has to be an intro one. What's this one? What's this one? Intro. I like that one. Zara. Okay, okay. Alright, that's still downloading. Okie dokie, and then let's go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm going bathroom. Who's streaming? I didn't know me was streaming today. I thought wife was moving. Oh wait, no, I need this. It's different. Okay. Insert image and sound. Oh, did I not save it? Oh, I did not. Uh, 52. Save, close. Oh yeah, and then we got this guy. Download. Too many things in here. Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Hello, Draconian. I remember saying hi earlier. I just want to say hi again. Okay. Video editing. V-stars. This one. Let's see about. It was I'm awake from nap. How was nap? Did you have a good nap? Keeper of runes, Lady of Ledger and Flame. Comes the stunning orc VTuber. Izara. To join the Veil Court today, hop on. Subscribe on over to her socials to stay. Her socials. Her and her artists' socials. To join the her social, her and her artist socials. Probably one of the better naps I've taken. I always had a headache from a nap, but not this time. That's good. Maybe it's because it wasn't too long. But like I yippied today, but I'm not sure. I think you did, but do it again just in case. For good luck. Just in case. Undeniably sweet. Yippee! There you go. Cozy and undeniably sweet is our will. And then candles are lit. Candles are lit and it's our soft with other mature souls. You can mind your manners, of course. Wink. Izara. Heritage flame. This for me? Oh, thank you. I've been given a snack. Nom. Let's see if I can deduce any other information. Where's the hat slot in the Minecraft server? In the top right, it's right behind the sword. In your inventory, right behind the sword, there's a little the thing for it. It's right behind it because it's stupid. I have a chat. What is this? It's okay. Whatever you think. Yippee. Whatever you think is funnier, honestly. Be a little guy, because I love. I wonder if they've posted any more little guys on Toy House. Hold on. I'm gonna look. Not really. Yeah, sorry about that confusion. I thought it would be in a different place, but it's not. Maybe I could have looked more than 2 seconds for a hat mod, but yeah. Hi, Happy. Sorry, I'm having a snack. Dominoes. I love Dominoes. You're invited to the cookout. Yippee! I will. Hold on. I would also invite you to the cookout. And obviously, my cookout is different. But... yeah. Well, there's other people that are like-minded than that. It's mind and manners, wink. But right there, only through that. Yeah, I got you. I believe. When she streams, there will always be some fun events planned. That's in the worlds of Skyrim. Oh, light work, no reaction. Sorry, this is really good. I mean, your cheese is good. I like it. I like it. I'm so sorry, I'm playing Skyrim right now. Heck, the Zara likes Skyrim. I played a little bit of Skyrim, but there's just so much stuff to do in Skyrim, you know? I never know, like, where to start or where to stop, you know? You just pick one goal. I just go around, never finish one. The whole game was awesome. The only thing I did was be the new hand that touches the beacon, if you get what I'm saying. Adores her artists at sentiment. Come on. Oh, dead gorgeous. I love Skyrim. I'm gonna trap you in a soul gem. I am a soul gem. You can have kids. You can have kids. Let's play Minecraft. You are totally fine. I hope Minecraft's fun. I'll play some this evening. I want to work on my house. I actually want to work on my farm. My portals. I'm just gonna start fights and step on traps. Can't take Lydia anywhere. Nope. Can't take Lydia anywhere. Fantasy. Okay. That one's done. I'm so cold. Cover update. A guy like you should wear one. Wait, I'm good. That'll keep me something. If it be lost, let me know. Should I play some Wizards 101 or Wizards 101? You should change it up. Play some Wizards 101. So send me what your character looks like. Dude. Your toxic down, slipping under a poison paradise. Know that you're toxic. Is this gonna do the thing again? Oh, yes, it's not a clip show all. Lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic. What? Why? No, the baby! Not the baby. You're a bit low, career levels of. Yes, B! I wanna see. They're criminal. They're more active on Blue Sky. TikTok. They are artistes. Yes, they made their model. What is that? That a shep? Is that a shep? Oh, that's your toxic. Oh, sleeping. It's sleeping. It's eating, chat. The sheep, it be eating. I just want a full body of the VTuber. I really like this image though. aesthetic is nice. I like their aesthetic. Boop, 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 boop. I gotta grab their Twitch name. Oh, that's so cute! I've always wanted one of those tail wag emotes. I think they're really cute. But mine would just be big, fluffy black tail, you know? I don't have anything special about my tail other than it's big and fluffy. Let's see. Just Sarby. Ow! Ow! What the fuck? That hurt! That's everything I need from there for now. Such concave, very smooth. Just stuck in one dimension besides Fina. Stardust is the only one. I'm sorry, be a magpie dragon shapeshifter. Oh, so to meet you. Know what you're doing? Oh, what a lucky lad. I'm sorry, be a magpie dragon shapeshifter. The Pokemon dinosaurs, yeah, I think arcanes are stranger for everyone. Okay, so it's magpie dragon shapeshifter vtuber main. Know what they're doing. Pronouns? Them. What they're doing. I'm talented. Hello! Hello, CG, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Me going up to vampire hunters, little did they know. This is true, you can be a vampire. You can be a vampire in this game. In our thing, you can be a vampire. There's magpie, dragon, shapeshifter, vision. I'm busting, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm finishing up my last of my scripts before I work on my jobby scripts. Sarby. Am I saying their name right? Did I say their name? Oh, they're British. Sarby. Okay. I used to vampire. I used to sell. Really? Really? You could sell those? I was a 2D artist who drew and rigged their own model. Drew and rigged their own model. Like people would pay me, and then would people really pay you? Is it hard to become a vampire? Look at you! I never got to play Wizards 101. I was too young. I was too young for Wizards 101. My parents wouldn't let me play it. Sarby is a 2D artist who drew and rigged their own model. Only that. Of a VGen. You can check out more of their amazing art info on their lore. In Elder Scrolls Online, you could only become a vampire if bitten by another player, and I played when the game was new still. Damn! Maximize on that money. We love a good hustler. Ready, guys? No problem. Get briefed. Crunchy Cafe is open. Is that what they call it? The Crunchy Cafe? Open to all who are. Crunch Cafe is a safe space. Is a safe. Enjoy lovely art. Enjoy lovely art. Sarby is a 2D artist who drew and rigged their own model. Not only that, but they have a VGen where you can check out some of their amazing streaming. Enjoy a variety of topics, whether that's just yapping, playing Pokemon games, catches their mag pie dragon eyes. This is a fun game, still getting updated. The only thing is if you want to pay for the membership, that's mad. That's fair. If it's a membership game, I might as well just play Final Fantasy 14 though. I'll be real. I like Final Fantasy 14. That's fair. Be real. Sorry, kept popping for me on all my timelines. TikTok, my shit, Twitch. It's the universe telling. I wish they had a cheaper membership or gave at least the first arc free. It'd hook more players, and that's what Final Fantasy does. That's what Final Fantasy does. You get like the first 2 expansions for free, I think, before you have to like pay if you're new. I think I think I get an easy day today because I ran around a bunch yesterday. Wait, does this mean you don't have to get briefed? I think don't you just get briefed? The paywall is serious. No. You want to see more of their content? They have a bunch. Do they have their showcases on YouTube? Short showcases and tutorials. And VODs. They have a bunch of showcases, shorts, and VODs. On YouTube. On TikTok. Sarby has a bunch vids over at just Sarby. I think they post on it regularly. I could be wrong. I'm approaching month 3. I'm super excited about. I'm on day 69 of. Ooh, fun. I hope that's been a nice journey for you. Certain hormone levels should be around the target level, so change should. Yippee! Yeah, oh, that's exciting. And Pixel, shut the fuck up. The paywall issue is that you can't even beat the first world for free. You get like halfway and then paywall, so barely level 10 or so, while the whole first arc is oh, that's fair. Yeah, well, they post somewhat regularly. They post regularly. I'd say posting regularly is fair. And if you want to see more of the content, they have a bunch of showcases, shorts, and VODs over on YouTube. But don't worry if you want to see. So Survey has a bunch of also has an account here on TikTok where they post Twitch clips. Their skits. There we go. Yeah, I don't. Let's say FFXIV free login campaign. I think. I don't know. I think. Yeah, there's a free where you can play for free, and then DLC. I don't know which one it is. The expansion on a free trial. I know you can pay through the base game and the first expansion up to level 60. Yeah, up to level 60. But like the max is like 90, I think, and you can play the first two DLCs for free. Okay. My hands are cold. There we go. I just need a bunch of clips. Come on, come on, come on. I can't go to the stairs. Maybe it'll make my chest hurt though. That's fair. That's completely fair. Yep, that's fair. That is unbelievably fair. That do be how it be though, but it's fine because it's kind of swag though, like good problems. That's fair. That's fair. Some people wish that that would happen. You know, the boobies were big enough that they hurt. So my mom is stranded in the middle of the highway after her first day. What? Is she okay? Is it Uber? Uber? Uber ride home? I hope her first day at work was good though. Outside of all of that. She's fine. Her car died. Damn, that sucks. I'm sorry that her car died. Scary. I'd just be frustrated. I'd just be frustrated. I'd be like, damn it. After my first day of work, are you fucking kidding me? He said, hello. She just had a new position. Oh, okay. So that's not so bad. Damn. Still, I'd be kind of tired. I'd be like, buh. Oh, yeah. 13. Might do one more because one of them was not as active as I thought it was going to be. Baby. I think I got everything. Change cover, cover image. I would like a ring, I would like a ring, I would make a ring, I would like a big shiny diamond. Probably facing her, guiding her through the process. Oh, I hope she's okay. Tell Mama we said we hope she's okay. We love her. Okay. Those are done. Now to do enshrine time. Speedo paint those. Hey Lane, do you want to see the most American video ever? I do. I do. What is it? Komodo dragon. Shit. Woo! Alright, what is this? What the fuck? Oh, wrong button. Why can't I unmute the stream PC? Hold on, wait, I wanna. She is fine, thank God. Yippee. Oh, wait, it is on now. Okay. Hold on, wait, I gotta pause the music. Why didn't he have a table? What the fuck? No! Oh my God!
Hate those damn flies.
All because of a fly, my guy? Dad is taking the divorce well. Yeah, he fucking is. That's fucking crazy. That's a little spooky. Oh, what is spooky? Spooky pixels! I need help. America, fuck yeah. Dad is not taking the divorce very well, yeah. Which one is the hound?
The one that we didn't call out.
Yeah.
Do you want me to fix it right now? I didn't realize you were doing it in a second. I'm sorry, I'll do it right now.
I'm making my scripts now.
Okay.
So I thought I'm a wiggle.
Where's the fucking tree snake?
Tree snake?
Tree snake. Tree snake is what do we call that one? I haven't thought about it since Thursday. It's in our DMs.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we click on that thing and it's there as well.
Umbro prowl. That's for my boy?
Yeah.
That's for him?
Yeah.
He's a tree snake?
Yeah. We've had this conversation 3 times. Every time you were just as flabbergasted.
There's no image. Do I have to steal it from the 2D channel?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure maybe he's still working on it because it's not like he's gonna do a class B of it.
Yeah, so maybe he's gonna refine it more so he hadn't finished it.
It's not technically done.
Hello, folks? How is the stream? How is Gem's stream? How is Gem and my wife? Where's my boy? It's back a little bit. Fuck. Can you please close my window? I can't do this anymore. Like open the small one, maybe? Where's my boy? Where's my boy? My boy! Father, help! Okie dokie. Oh, are they still streaming? Actually, they are still streaming. Do. Where did this go?
What's there?
This is for my boy.
That's not supposed to be.
Did I do that?
Do you want me to just paste in there, or do you want me to show you where it is?
Well, what do you mean?
I can go grab the link and put a new one in there, or I could just show you the file.
I could find it. Oh wait. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna do that guy. Do we have a speed paint of him? We do. Yippee. Thank you. I need at least one a week, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. Our plan is 2 a week, so that way we'll hopefully be ahead of the game.
It's what you want, but you can't get me. Bro. Oh, the song. It's a really good song. Oof, it's so cold in my office right now. It's gonna need a levels. Can't get what you want. We can't. Get what you want. Come with me. One melancholy. Dun, 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 dun. It's because they know what it's like to be hurt, you know? It's because they know. Oh my god, I exchanged my body being cold for my hands being cold because now the window behind me is open. It's going onto my hands. I'm gonna freak out. I don't have enough body heat for this. Turn up our blanket to a level 3. Level 3. Alright, what else am I needing? What else are we doing? World building guide. Do I want to do the gods or do I want to do the environments? Bittersweet. I think all things in life are bittersweet, you know? Environments? Okay. We will start with the swamp. Wait, did I already said that one, right? Oh wait, no, this one's different. Okay. Swamp. I don't know where this song came from, but I'm digging it. I don't think we have an image of the swamp. Thank you. Womp, womp, womp. Okay. The umbral prowler is a heavily built creature found atop a canopy, like unlike it's actively hunts during the day and night, venturing below the day to feast on the resting. Oh, like hella buff mass DJ. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, I see. I see. Elaine sees with her eyeballs, she does. Alright, left and right. Okay. Monster lovers and gym bros. Come close, come here to tell you this week. The umbral prowler. Gabagool, gabagool. You have my attention. I'm just saying, like, this guy, he's my sweet baby boy. This guy, his name is the Umbral Prowler, and he's my sweet baby boy. There, gym bros. You like this guy? Look, he's beefed up. He's very, very strong. Very strong. Prehensile tail, perhaps? Perhaps? You said, attention, monster lovers. Oh, okay, fair. Monster lovers. Okay, fair. I'll do it. I do, actually. He's cool. He is cool. Why didn't it paste it? Prowlers. The Umbral Prowler. I guess my only issue is it's fine. It's fine. Rise up indeed. Heavily built. Unlike most big beasts, insert Shrek, that you would... I have to put that in the next tab. Hold on. That you would expect to make a home in the swamp. This creature skipped a single gym day. Add Shrek. Oh, I didn't do that for my script. Hold on, I forgot to do that. It's a Twitch, Twitter, TikTok. Alright, close that. Unlike most big beasts that you would expect to find, you expect to make a home in the swamp, this creature has never skipped a single gym day. Unlike most big beasts, feasting on somnolin. Right. Venturing during the day to feast on the rafting somnolin or pluck jackals from the water or servicing from the water or servicing in the night. Feasting on... What did we name the jackal? We named the jackal something, didn't we? Nope. And Solomon during their... I like that. That's funny. Under the canopy there. Some Nolan during their somewhere under the canopy. And there's slumber. Landing a few blows and retreating. For such a large creature, it is averse to combat. Instead, it will attack, landing a few blows and retreating if the fight does not seem to go in its favor. However, even after retreat, it will continue to stalk the prey, banking on its venomous saliva, further weakening the core. It has venomous saliva, cool. It will often try to finish off such weakened play as it tries to rest and recover. Umbral Prowler have also been known to take advantage of attacks by other predators, using the confusion to try to snag a meal for itself. Are you writing an SCP? No, these are creatures from Enshrined. These are creatures of Enshrined that I am making a video about. Unlike many predators, the Umbral Prowler does not have a traditional maw, instead spotting two separate jaws. Their out mouth features serrated teeth, more useful for restraining their prey and eviscerating it. The inner jaw, which can act independently of the outer, features no teeth, instead having a solid dentine block and spring-like muscles capable of slamming them shut with incredible force. Presumably evolved from cracking the shell of their primary prey, the I don't know what that word is. It has proven equally effective at crushing the armor of a vision and shattering the teeth and bones. Okay. Yeah. So what? No teeth? It has some teeth. See, it has some teeth. Some teeth. Some teeth. This one grab ya. These one chomp ya. Detritivore? The fuck is a detritivore? This detritivore. Unlike most big beasts, they use either the feasting on the soul, using their intellect. The like vor is eats detritus. Detritus means scavenger then? Oh. Oh. Wait, if it feasts on discarded stuff, why does it need so many? Why is it so jacked? I love entomology. Fair. During their solar and using their he doesn't. He eats things that do. But he do eat scraps. That's why Umbral Prowlers have been known to take advantage of attacks by other predators, using the confusion to try to snag a meal for itself, like hyenas. Warming it up. Warming it up. Hello, Nox. No BLD. Entomology is the study of bugs, not words. Oh. Chibi, chibi, jabba, jabba, dooby, dooby, dabba, dabba. Unlike most big beasts that you would find that you would expect to make a home and spot this creature. Like, why is he gotta be so jacked? You can have strong jaw but not be jacked. Like a hippo. I love bugs and words. Bugs and words. Words and bugs.
I bacon, lettuce, tomato. I'm gonna say a slur.
No! No. Don't. Don't do that. That would not be very good. Saba's baiting the fan base. He's baiting me, bro. I don't understand things. Big, strong jaw does not mean ripped. What eats? Okay, if he eat turtle, that makes sense. But what eats vultures? Hawks. Apart from humans, other predators that eat vultures are birds, hawks, and snakes. Okay. Okay, no, that makes sense. He jacked like a bobcat. He's kind of like a bobcat in that. Okay. Okay. Thing its honed muscles must act swiftly when grabbing their next nutritious meal. The skills of an umbral prowler. Is the umbral prowler kind of at the top of the food chain? Eat anything that don't eat him first, but there's only one thing bigger than him. Sky shark, right? Sky shark bigger than him? A snake, a hawk, stop! God damn it. Is he single? They want to say, yes, of course I do. Of course I do, Star. Okay. This can vary, however, with the skills of an umbral. Also, happy, no. This one specifically, no. This one is mine. You can have his twin brother. Unlike most big beasts that you would expect to make a home in the swamp, this creature has never skipped a single gym day. Using its honed muscles that you want actually fun fact. Can I tell you a fun story about that? Fuck, god damn it. You wanna know okay, so Elaine is pansexual. Elaine likes men and women, right? You know, my mom when she first found out I was thinking that I was pansexual, she's like, "You don't believe that. That's not how we work. That's not how it works." I'm like, "Huh?" It's Teflon. The fuck is Teflon? That sounds like Velcro. Is
Oh hey Lane, have you ever played any of the Tony Hawk games? I loved those as a young child. My favorite is Tony Hawk 2.
I have not, but I saw the one that's like you play it with the skateboard. I played that one a little bit. She just could not. No, she could not. God damn it. God damn it. Trauma edition. Yes. Always. Always. Okay. Unlike most big beasts that we would expect to make a home in the swamp, this creature has never skipped a single gym day. Using its honed muscles, they act swiftly when grabbing their next nutritious meal. This can vary, however, with the skills of the umbral plower. Anything smaller. Anything that doesn't at first is considered on the menu. She didn't get the joke? I did! Wait, there was a joke? Wait, I only got the pan joke. I gotta say, I played Wizards 101. The class. I think the best questing spell is definitely death. Wait, what does that one do? Is it like power word kill? Power word. She will find it funny. Yeah, explain it to me. I'm sorry. It's gonna be so not fun when you have to explain it, but like, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I've been bonked so many times today. There's so much water and lack of brain cell in my bones. Oh, I got it. I'll just never explain. God damn it! God damn it! I hate it here. I hate it here. God damn it. God damn it, guys. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? I hate it here. How could you do this to me? Ah! No, shut the fuck up! No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. How do I press play on this? God damn it. I hate it here. Yo, sorry, there's a whole ass thing. You can say the hot. Shut the fuck up, Meg. No! Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That was really good, Star, by the way. That was really cool. I'll never stop. God damn it. God damn it. Thought I passed as straight, but people around me always assumed I was some kind of gay. I assume that you like to love people. You did a really good job. That was like a whole ass thing. I thought this was like, when I was looking, I was like, is this a commission? This detritivore. This detritivore with its quickly snatch thing. Grab. Scuffle. Other predators. Those probably legs. And quick thinking. Attention to. Otherwise, it will hunt and spray, trapping it in its. Hey, this is a nice song. I need to save this one. Oh, it's this one. Why is it not adding it? Oh. Let's play poisoning and flat out of this serrating it. This jacked instinctually hungering monster lovers and gym bros, come close, come near as I tell you that this week's entity, the Umbral Prowler. Unlike most big beasts that you would expect to make a home in the swamp, this creature has never skipped a single gym day. Using its honed muscles, they act swiftly when grabbing their next nutritious meal. This can vary, however, with the skills of the Umbral Prowler. Anything that doesn't kill it first is considered on the menu. I gotta scroll back up. How the fuck do we pronounce this? Detritivore, there we go. This detritivore, with its powerful legs and quick thinking, will snatch up anything that other predators fail to pay attention to. Otherwise, it would hunt and devour its prey, trapping it in its jaws, either poisoning it or just flat out eviscerating. Poisoning or just flat trap. Otherwise, they will hunt and devour its prey, trapping it in their jaws, either poisoning or flat out eviscerating. He eats them? Fuck! That's fine. With its powerful legs and quick thinking, the umbral prowler will snatch up anything that other predators will fail to pay attention to. Otherwise, they will hunt and devour its prey, trapping it in their jaws, either poisoning it or just flat out eviscerating it. Thank you for the song request. This jacket is 300 briefs from your nightmares. Devour you whole. The top of the food chain. Devour you whole. There. We have a little bit of a sensual ending, which I think is a fun tie together. It's a predator carnivore. Okay, well, that's fine. I didn't want to say that big word anyway, because it's a bit big. Alright, there. The first one is scripted. Ready for post. It was posted, I think. Let me check. Make sure that this week is Gods. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Yeah, the next one is the Hadal Crawler. And then this is scripted. Swole, Jimbro, Swamp, Shrek, Food Chain. Going to lie. This beast is one of my favorites. Alright, I need 2D. I need to go 2D channel. Hello. I need to go to gallery. Oh, I know which one I think I want to do. Do I have that one? I think I have that one already. A_swamp. I think I might be. Actually, here, let me post something on the Instas. Because I have forgotten, I think. Instagram. Yeah, we have runic corruption. Which ones? Runic corruption. Silt Harrier. Nope. Can't be there. You go. This one. Post. World building. No, we want to see of the week. We want the Silt Harrier. Boop. Why does it sound like that? Okay. Just want to make sure that posts. Okay. I'll go back to maincoow. close group for now, just so I don't have too many things open. And then we're gonna go. I want to see a plant predator. I'm sure we'll make one. That makes you feel any better. We have parasitic plants. You want to see our parasitic plants? There's our parasitic plants. Like a big chicken. It's like this. We have these ones. These ones are pretty cool. Alright. Pretty. I know, right? I like them a lot. Okay. Yep, I didn't grab a single thing I said I was gonna grab because I got distracted. Like a plant that eats people or a big creature that eats plants. I wonder if the sky shark does that. That aggressively eats plants. Ooh, aggressively eats plants is interesting. Kind of like termites if you think about it. Do we have a big thing for you? Which one? Which one? Wait, which one? I want to know. Where's my mung? Oh, goddamn. Is this the whole thing? Okay. I didn't know this was like a whole thing. Oh my. The one you were thinking of? The sky shark? Because that would make sense, because he's really big, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was, like, one of the only ones that ate. Not Skyboy? Okay, I'll show that to you then. Yeah, I can show you Happy. Sky Shark is more recent. I just want to make sure I get the most recent one. You guys want to see something really sick, though? Here, I'll show you the Sky Shark first, and then I'll show you something really, really sick that Saba did. Consider your trees and everyone and everything inside them gone. Oh god. Where's the sky shark? I thought it was more recent than this. Where's the boy? Where is he? There he is. There's a sketch of the sky shark for you. And we get tired of the art. It's so, I know. Saba does a really good job. It's all one dude, too. The thing that blows me away is it's just one guy. It's just one guy. Sky Shark, yeah. Sky Shark. We don't have a name for it. This is Sky Shark. Big boy. Yeah, bigger boy. Yeah, here's another, I think, variant of him. But you want to see something really cool? We have a demon in the swamp. And this is the demon. It just got finished, I think, today or the other day. Shit's fucking... Oh! This shit's cool. I want this on like a background so I can make it like a desktop wallpaper or something. He has a little face. He's got a little face. But he's fucking... I like him a lot. He's really cool. Still wood, but he's refining it. Oh, okay. It's really good, though. So when's the art book coming out? When we make enough money, let me tell you what. I'll happily put this together as an art book. Artie wants to make that the cover of the page for the swamp. We should. I think it would be really cool if almost like we did this center slice of him, like the core of him, and then like left out the faces, because I think that would be a good reveal for later. In my personal opinion. Alrighty. Insert image and cell. Enshrined. Yeah, it's just for the piece, so we don't want to do the full thing. Yeah. I would say then just doing this. Oh, god damn it. I would just say doing the center of it would be pretty good then. Because then we're not revealing everything. Okay, Scranton. Okay. What's like a hot? Swamps are hot and humid, right? Is our swamp hot and humid, or is it cold? What's the weather like in the forest? Or in the not the forest, the swamps. Any more on the swamp? Our primary inspiration is from the ocean. All the way from the shallow coral reefs to the hadal abyssal zones, the swamp is divided into layers, denoted by whether they are above or below the canopy and how much light they receive. In turn, dictates the availability, reason, consequently, kind of life that can be found in each layer. Above the canopy exists a wide range of parasitic plants that draw sustenance from the towering ash leaf trees. Ash leaf? Yo, why can't we keep that name? Ash leaf trees. I'm presuming that was a placeholder name for the light mass trees. Swamps can be any temp, but they're mostly humid, hot and humid. These swamps are in the Arctic. Yeah, I'm curious. Colorful and fruit producing, they serve as bedrocks for the vibrant ecosystem that consists of bright and energetic creatures. While beautiful, being atop the canopy means one is vulnerable to both flying above predators as well as that come up from the dark recesses of below once the sun sets, pulling creatures from the branches to feed on. Below the canopy is a mire of darkness and okay. So still humid. We didn't lean into hot or cold, so honestly, more neutral temp or like both, depending on where in the world. Okay, so I'm gonna say immensely humid. Like whether it's fine if it's neutral, we can stick with the humidity then. Humid. The air. The air will stick to you. Humid swamps of enshrined. Here are swamps reflect the ecosystems similar to that of deep oceans. Oh, that's not how you spell oceans. If it's like super humid, wouldn't it also create like a mistiness in the forest? Yeah, we have like there's like a layer of silt, and I think it's pretty foggy. I think it would be pretty foggy. Yeah. Here, our swamps reflect the ecosystem similar to that of deep oceans. Divided into layers, denoted by its by correlation to the canopy and the density of light. Yeah, we are more focused on the light and dark nature than the hot and cold, with this one. That's fair. What do you mean the sky chart? Fame Spiritus. Like a mashup of fames, like Fame and Hunger, and Spiritus, like Breath. That'd be cool, but Pixels doesn't want Latin words. I like the fame part. Fames. Fames is good. We keep fames. Fames is pretty good. If you want to use a different word than Spiritus, though. But I like the motif, Hungry Wind. I like that a lot. Welcome on in. How was your art stream with me? Hello. Welcome on in, puppies. Hello. Welcome on in, Raiders. The puppies are off their leashes and the mermaids are swimming in. Welcome on in. How you guys doing? Paulette Croquette, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Here, let me turn back to my normal form. I've been in a seal because apparently there was a real life seal named after me, so I had to be a seal for a little bit. Welcome on in. How was your guys' stream? stream. If you guys need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a fun time as we talk about Enshrined, the TTRPG I work on and making little scripts for them. Welcome on in. Currently, we are talking about the swamp biome that has been worked on, and I realized I spelled density wrong. Density of light. There we go. Let's go wild. Let's go wild. It was great working out with Mew. Mew is a love bug. We love her so much. But yes, if you guys don't know me, hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. What up, Shadow? How you doing? Thank you for the check-ins. I make TikTok content, and I got a big heart, little brain. Teehee. But welcome. Here our songs reflect the ecosystem similar to the depths of the ocean, divided into layers, denoted by correlation to the canopy and the density of light. I gotta go eat. Love you. Have good food. Love you. Mwah. Up and drive. Okay, now we talk, and then below the canyon is a mire of darkness and falling particulates from the ash leaf trees constantly disintegrating foliage. I like that a lot. I have to ask a question though. Muffin for 40 pixels. Why didn't the light mass tree it's a really good name. Also, I have a suggestion for chat naming Sky Shark. What was it? It was Fame something. Wait, let me scroll up. I was drawing Curstart. Wait, did I miss Curstart? I like Curstart. I'm not positive. Would have said this about 3 hours tomorrow. I was thinking the Sky Shark. Oh my god, I gotta scroll. I missed something? Wait. Oh! I see. I fucked up because this is... Okay, there we go. I'm good now. What's Happy's comment? Gotta scroll. What sort of naming scheme you going? Anything that's not Latin. And not too cheesy, basically. But I think the name's Fames, and then something is good. Fame Spirit is something to do. Famine, hunger, wind. Below the canopy is a mire. No! Stop it! Go back to 6-7. Go back to 6-7, goddammit. Go back. I don't like this one. We're trying to censor it because we didn't know if we actually wanted to share. Why I'm below the canopy there's an ash leaf. Ash leaf trees constantly. Little grows on the ground, for everything is blanketed in a layer of silt, and sunlight never reaches the floor. Creatures here are often blind, relying on sound and vibration of their prey. Little grows below the canopy, for everything is blanketed in a layer of silt, and sunlight never reaches the floor. Creatures here are often blind, relying on sound and vibration to find their prey. What about the locals call it hungry wind or something? I like that. Soul condemptus? Soul condemptus. Soul condemptus? I like that. No, I could see the locals calling it hungry wind. Sanguinum. Oh, okay. Chat likes the sky shark, known as the locals. As a side note. Ooh. Okay. And then we gotta talk about above the canopy. Most light. Most. The density of light. Starting in the layers above much of large plant growth can be found above the canopy where the sun shines bright. However, one could say this is the most of layers who can be picked off by flying predators or I need a word that's like to drag underwater. Word for to drag underwater. Drown, maybe? Ooh, wait. Here, our swamps reflect the ecosystem similar to that of the oceans, divided into layers denoted by correlation to the canopy and the density of light. Starting in the layers above, much of synonyms for drown, maybe. Much of the large plant growth can be found here above the canopy. Oh my god, I can't type. Where the sun shines bright. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I want to use the word dredge and a synonym for the word drown. For the word drown. Engulf. Oh my god, why is she so puffy? Come here. Get... Oh, poor baby, so puffy. Come to mama. Oh. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. See, it's all nice and warm. See, it's nice and warm. I want to use the word dredge. For like flying predators could dredge you from the swamps. Yeah. Like using water adjacent words. Also, I changed the magnet that was on there. Grab the phone. I can't explain. Just grab the phone. System of a Down mentioned. I am the System of a Down. Oh, it came off. It came off. Why did it come off? Oh, it's sticking, and that's the important part. Yeah, this one is the old one. It was starting to slide. So I used the other one, and it's sticking good. It's just... I was thinking of just getting like a fucking, like an iPhone case and super gluing.
Yeah, that's the thing is like I don't want to epoxy it to the back of the phone. So if we got like a case for it, then you could just...
I'll just, yeah, I'll just look it up on Amazon. That's fine. I'm on my other account. Or I'll do it after. But that's why I said I'm on the other account. I don't have an Amazon account on this one. I don't have an Amazon account on this. It says port. Oh, fine. Having stream open with one ear feels like a psychosis simulator. I'm sorry. That's so unfortunate. I'm sorry. Because no one else can hear. That's fair. Divided the layers. Especially when I'm going back and forth between enshrined scripts and then, like, not. Below the county, here our swamps reflect the ecosystems similar to that of ocean deeps, divided into layers denoted by a correlation of the canopy, starting with the... I think I could just go the density of light. Much of the large plant growth can be found above the canopy where the sun shines bright. However, it is the most vulnerable as flying predators easily dredge you from swamp. Or does Lane having a conversation with someone you can't hear make it worse? Oh, it probably does. It probably does, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. As a flying predators can easily dredge you from the swamps, or creatures below. AirPods are the best for everything because I can watch stream with sound out and about at work. Yippee! Yeah, the range of AirPods are actually really nice. I like AirPods functionalities. Below the swamp. One you may have encountered. Like this in your campaign. May not feel far from the ones you have encountered. Would you run a setting like this? Run a setting like this in your campaign. Okay. I have to add pixels now. Also happy, the bosses like it. The bosses like the hungry wind idea. You have been approved. Done scripts. Actually, not done scripts. I lied. I need to put them through the Hemingway editor to make sure that all the grammar is correct. Yes, okay. Sentences are too big. So here, our swamp reflects the ecosystem. Divided. Simpler. Like much of large plant growth. Much of the large plant that are found above the canopy where the sun shines bright. However, oops. Yay, I like helping, and we like that you help. Yet it is the most vulnerable. Much of the large plant growth are found above where the sun shines bright, yet is the most vulnerable. Is? I don't understand. Use an active voice. A cat was chased by the dog. The dog chased the cat. I don't understand. Is found? Is found and not active? As flying can use a forceful can easily. What's a synonym? Effortlessly. I like that one. Effortlessly dredge you from the swamp, or creatures below can drown you deeper. You're just gonna sleep. Why doesn't it like this? A forceful? What's a forceful verb? Found is past tense? Is that what it means? No, because the suggestions are in past tense. Use active voice. The cat was chased by the dog. Oh, wait. Was chased? Oh, maybe it doesn't like the found is above. Oh, I guess. As flying predators can effortlessly. What's a forceful verb? Strode? For easily. Efficiently? Efficiently? Can efficiently? Nope. If effortlessly? What? Okay, I'm skipping that. Below the canopy is a mire of darkness and falling particulates from the ash leaf. Darkness. Below the canopy is a mire of darkness and falling particulates from the ash leaf. Constantly disintegrate. Okay, I have to split this up sentence by sentence because what the fuck do you mean? Oh my god. Alright, hold on. We gotta switch the side on. I'm crooning my neck the other way because I'm confused. Okay. Sound of vibration to find their prey. Okay, well, our swamp feels from one you may have encountered, would you? Okay, maybe just wood. Okay, that one's good. Okay, we got that one. Okay. Little grows below the canopy for everything. For everything is blanketed in a layer of silt. Oh, little grows below the canopy. A layer of silt blankets everything. And sunlight never reaches the floor. Oh, Elaine understands it now. Little grows below silt blankets everything. Okay, Elaine kind of understands how to word. Not much growth. Okay, I think regardless it's gonna be too long, maybe. Below the canopy is a mire of darkness. The ash Leaf trees, cons. This is this a not strong word? Is that what? Forceful verb. Okay, so we want a synonym for constantly. Eternally. Maybe I like the word eternally. It's leaves eternally disintegrating. Eternally. Why doesn't it like it? I best the world I was in. Oh, nice. Perpetually. I like the word perpetually. Disintegrating foliage. A mire of darkness lies below the canopy. Okay. Thus little glow. The canopy. Congrats indeed. The ash leaf tree the ash leaf tree disintegrating and a mire. The ash leaf's disintegrating foliage and a mire of darkness lies below the canopy, causing layers of silt. I guess, yeah, I think actually causing 202. Okay. Okay, there we go. Wizard 121. Okay, there we go. Alright, now I gotta do this one. Unlike most big, the menu. I went from furry Zulu Africa, and now I'm a furry Arthurian time based on the world. What the fuck? Those are very cryptic words in my mind. I'm not gonna lie. I think I moved my face tracking by accident. There we go. Unlike most beasts that you would expect to make a home in a swamp, this creature has skipped gym day using it to act. Very you can vary it with the skip with these skills and actually this doesn't are anything. Chase the with the skills of the Umbro Prowler, and you can be anything. Doesn't kill it first. Notorious. I don't know how to spell nutritious. Nutritious. With its powerful legs. its strength and intellect. Intellect. Well, it's more like instinct. And pure instinct. Emerald Prowler will snatch up anything. Anything. Snatch up. Snatch up what other predators fail to pay attention to. TLDR, if you don't know about Wizards 101, a lot of the enemies are anthropomorphic animals. Zafaria, the world I beat, was one with a zebra, lion, elephant, and gorilla tribes. And now I'm in Avalon in Arthurian times. Whoa! I didn't know there was that much to it. I thought you just be wizard. I forgot I typically play Minecraft with no sound on, just captions, because I get so overwhelmed. And then I went to a dungeon with no audio, and it was too many. That's so fair. That's so fair. I have my Minecraft pretty low when I play it, to be honest. Prowler will snatch up. Snatches. Any morsel. Why is this hard to read? The Umbral Prowler snatches any morsel and pay attention to. What? No, what? Wait, what? First arc of Wizards 101 main story is the old death school teacher went to AWOL because his wife died and he's about to blow up the galaxy. So just easy to revise so you can check. Oh, interesting. I did that's actually a good story. My problem is I can't tell where the noises come from, so it sounds like, oh, fair. On an active hunt, they will devour its prey by trapping it in their jaws, poisoning, or flat out eviscerating it. On an active hunt, they will devour its prey by trapping it in their jaws, either poisoning it or eviscerating it. On an active hunt, they will devour its prey. They will trap their prey in their jaws, either poisoning or eviscerating it. Active hunt thing. Two independent functionally independent jaws. Anything prey it hunts. There we go. Each world has its own mini story that adds to the big story of it chasing the big. Oh, can it be different? Is it like can the name for the BBEG be different per player? Okay, there we go. There we go. I can tell Basil's scripting. Okay. And now I'm in the wrong tab. Now I gotta word formulate all my other scripts because I forgot to do that. Cause I'm a boob. And I forgot that I need to fucking grammar check all my stuff. Okay. The last sentence, okay. They may not know what they're doing, but they are unsure on life, but certainly talented. Me. Nope, but you could have one that could be your mortal enemy. Lots of different opinions on which boss they hate fighting the most. Which favorite class? Oh, interesting, interesting. I don't know what they're doing, but they're definitely talented. Sarby is the 2D artist who drew and rigged their own model. Not only that, but they have a VGen where you can check out more of their amazing art and info on their lore. Donald Glover's playing Yoshi? Excuse me? Streaming, they enjoy a variety of topics, whether it's yapping, playing Pokemon games, or whatever else catches their magpie dragon eyes. Streaming topics. TLDR, a boss fight I hate the most in Arc 1 was a fire on in the fourth world. Mirror matches are tough. Ooh, mirror matches are tough. If you want to see more of their content, I think the rest of this is okay. This is just like, how do I put it? This is just like where to break up sentences and stuff. So that's just kind of like a me thing, I think. I think this one's okay. I think I'm more worried about like blue words. Yo, it's Childish Yoshino about to drop the thought block. Fuck yeah. From topics from yapping to playing Pokemon games. Move my ass like you don't know how to walk. Yep, and then sacrifice him too. Oh, my brain kind of hurts. Ooh. I kind of like this playlist. I want to listen to this. Hide this one. Okay, it's only the middle one. It's a bit cozy and undeniably. Why is it mad? Oh, I see. Okay. What's your favorite Mario power-up? Fire flower, probably. I'm kind of lame. Yeah, fire flower! It's soft. For those of you who want to chill. For the mature souls. It's not really... Wink. When she streams, there will always be some fun event planned, whether that's in the world. I think that's fine. This one is gonna have to change grammar-wise, I think. Sick outfit and throw fireballs? Yeah, I really like Princess Peach's fire flower outfit. Multiple missed calls into interested. Reading one book a year. After doing some research, only 60% of Americans after some research, only 60% read at least one school book a year. This includes ebooks and audiobooks. Only 60% of Americans, roughly 1/3 of Americans don't read after high school, and only 20% of households buy at least one book a year. Which means if you're actually reading subconsciously, which means if you're actually reading or subconsciously reading these captions, then you're doing better than most. Okay. So if you're reading even if subconsciously, your head. Well, it may be controversial. One of the many reasons why is because of all the slump. Even if controversial. Maybe controversial. One of the many reasons why people of a slump spread around. One coworker started calling me China because they forgot my name one time, and I don't make them feel bad by telling them not to call me that. Other girl always nicknamed me Han because I'm Asian, eat snacks a lot, but that's fine because I like. Why just tell China the guy that the person that tell the person that called you China just to call you Han then. That's a super short name. And I don't want to make a big deal about it, but like China's kind of annoying. Han, yeah, Han is one of the good ones. Like just say Han, just tell him Han. Honestly. Like I understand you don't want to make a big deal out of it, but China's low-key racist, so. And Han is 3 letters. If they can't just call you 3 letters, like the fuck. Well, maybe controversial. One of the many reasons I believe eating Wait, should it be I believe? Be bold, don't hedge. I think we should because we should. Well, then what? I think we should. Oh, so I just okay. Really low-key to be honest. He said, "Hey China," you said. I mean, then clap back. It's not about making a big deal. Your comfort is paramount. Not low-key, really, to be honest. Yeah, you could just say something back, but we're not about confrontation. But I think you saying, hey, hey man, just call me Han. Like, I think that's just, it's hard to sift. Many of us use the internet to become more read. However, yet it's hard to sift through all the AI bullshit, biased opinions. Many of us use are you okay about me for a joke? Yeah, go for it. That's up to your comfortability. I'm choosing to become more read, yet it's hard to sift through all the AI bullshit or biased opinions. So, Elaine, I'm gonna use you as a chat GP. Okay. Sounds good. How to make apple pie. Okay. How apple pie. Okay, got it. So, you need a pot, you need a 9-inch pie plate, a rolling pin. I'm not cheating. This is what I am. ChatGPT. ChatGPT gets to look stuff up. I get to look stuff up. No, I am Google now. I am Google. Okay, I can't. All right, fine. It come from my brain. Get apple, chop apple, put apple in bowl with sugar, cinnamon. Then make dough. How make dough? You didn't ask how to make dough. You asked how to make apple pie. So then you take your dough, you put it in the pie tin. Then after waiting a little bit to let the apples and the sugars all marinate together, you put the apples in the dough. And then you make a really nice pretty crust if you want. Or you could just slap another piece of dough on top, call it good. Or you don't even have to slap a piece of dough on top. You could leave it open face and make a nice granola crumble. Slap that bitch in the oven for like 40 minutes until it's golden brown and you're good to go. I asked because someone still would rather I not, even if I was okay with it. Anyway, it's Jose. Hold on, shit. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. It's Jose. I made fun of a driver tape for literally asking it's just spelled hose, right? That's fair. That's fair because some people don't understand that the J is pronounced as an H. So it is silly. Okay, next one is how to goon. How to goon? You go find. Okay, ready? Are you guys ready for this one? To become a goon, find a mob boss, then become their henchman. Achievement got, became goon. Ever imagine asking a chat GPT when there is a drop dead gorgeous lady willing to give you misinformation live? Tee 350 minutes. 350. Sounds right to me. Yep, you're welcome. There you go. It's hard to sift through. Many of us use the internet to become more knowledgeable. Become more read. Yet it's hard to sift through all the AI bullshit or biased opinions. Those who want to access the world's largest literary why read? Okay, well now I'm getting a little too antsy-pantsy about this bottom part. Lady Elena the Pool, what wisdom does have ye? Don't piss in public. There you go. Next question has how to frame a VTuber for murder of your pet goose. No reason. Wanted poster. What you do is you take a wanted poster, you Photoshop the VTuber right here, and you say the crime is for killing your goose. What's happening? Yeah, that's fine. We can talk about it now. I'm gonna need my model. Just take a screenshot of the stream. Just take a screenshot of the stream. All right, what's up?
This one I really good.
What's the other one?
I had a few comments on this one. I wasn't sure. So,
Okay.
I started reading through it and I was just like, I think our swamp really kind of leans into like the dark aspect more than like the normal swamps do. So the other one I just kind of suggested a few alterations.
I don't know what the alteration is if you just rewrite the entire sentence.
That's fair. I forgot to. It was just you were talking about how it was divided, and I don't know if it was from the thing that you. I just changed the word that because it was.
Wait, so you don't want the word that?
I added the word that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. It was just the other sentence. I was like having trouble reading because you were talking about like a bunch of different correlations, and I thought it was like overly complex. I just kind of simplified.
Okay.
And then that one, I was kind of just wanted to ask you about that one because it's like to me, I feel like the swamp is very different from a normal swamp. But
it's still a swamp. But
is
that's
still-
fair. We could just do this. Another funny story about my name is some old coworker asked if I was Mexican because of my name, and then I and the others started laughing and poking fun, and then it ended up with my new nickname being Paco. I don't know why that led to Paco, but I like the name Paco. Unless Paco means something very bad. Unless it means something really bad that I was not told aware of that I cannot be held accountable for because I wasn't told. Okay, anything else?
I just wanted to ask. So I learned that you can't use the suggestions tool, or sorry, the suggestion tool on
Excel sheets.
Excel sheets. How would you want it?
Just rewrite the damn thing. Just write over it. You saw what I did. I copied what you took and just pasted that. I don't care.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm as partial to as long as I don't sound like an asshole.
No, there was just like the one sentence where I don't know if it was because you were using Hemingway or if it was just like kind of really over the top. And I was like, I think that's it. I think this is unnecessary.
My mom is home. Welcome home, Mom. That's fair.
Because you were trying to like talk about like the correlating different effects, and they threw in some words, and I was like, those are a little big.
That's fair.
Okay. Those are my thoughts. The other one's good. I'm curious to see how it does. Given the hook.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait. Why do you think the US rate of reading's going down? I think I got a little too personal with it, so I gotta change it, I think.
What's happening?
I believe that people are being less read because the access to the internet is too high. And so misinformation gets spread more easily, so why read if it could be wrong anyway?
I don't think that's right, personally.
Stay.
My interpretation would just be that it's more of an attention span and availability thing. Like, why would you read a book when you could hear someone tell you about the book in 20 minutes on insert any platform here. But that's my take. It's because I mean, for me personally, I used to read a lot, and then I got access to the internet, and I stopped reading and started listening to videos and podcasts.
Depending.
But, they don't
Yeah,
have,
we
like,
talked about that
like,
earlier, Sonic.
like multitasking nature. Like I can listen to something.
But this is also counts for ebooks.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Or wait, so you're seeing that ebooks going down as well? Or
Yeah, it's like it
then I
says.
think then it's just attention span at that point.
Okay.
Because what's the difference between a podcast?
Your attention span. Probably not is. Who's that? Uh-huh. Uh. Okay. That's pixels in the background. Depending on who you are, your attention span. Long enough. 3D pixels? It's 5D pixels. It's not likely long enough. This video. Think about a book is like 100 TikToks. One subject. Okay, I think I like them better. Okay. I think it came from the line of jokes being, damn, bro, that's messed up. How am I supposed to know with a name like Jose? All right, well, I'm sorry, Jose. Might as well call him Paco at that point. And so I don't care. It sounded funny and it stuck. That's fair. As long as you liked it. That's fair. Wait, are you? Are you Hispanic? I get, no, that's, I mean, no, that's, okay. Elaine's adding the numbers together. Okay, I get it. I think it's not, like, Jose isn't as, like, I think culturally neutral as, like, Tyler. I feel like Tyler's a pretty cultural neutral name. Is that all of them? Roll for fun. Environment trying to swim. Okay. I don't want to do any more of that. So I'm just going to start recording my scripts. Dream of Californication. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Hi, Sino. Hold on, let me drop a shout out for Sino. Sino's the best crocodile in the whole wide world. So go hang out with them if you haven't. Sino. Thank you. Thank you. Is it... What button did I make it? So is it 1? Oh, it's 2. Okay. Is Jose neutral? I don't think it is. Could be worse than the... Wait, all of us in the kitchen were funny enough. The other 2 in the combo were Mexican, and I'm Guatemalan and Salvadorian from... Oh, could be worse. Could be Jose B than you are. I got an American name, so I wouldn't get discriminated before people even saw me. That's fair. That's how I feel. My name, I have a white name. My first name, if you see how it's spelled, it's not as white. But if you were to hear my name, you'd be like, Elaine, that sounds white as fuck. I've had so many times where people are like, Elaine, you sound white. And I'm like, what do you want from me? What do you want me to do with that information? Vacation. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of California. Like, what is it? My question is, what is it to sound Asian, though? You know? What does that mean? What does that mean at the end of the day? All right. Hold on. Let me do my scripties. Oh my god, Moira scared the shit out of me, dog. Why would you do this? With an accent? You think it's the accent? Like, I should, like... I don't even... The thing is, I'm so blind to, like, Korean accents, I feel like. Or Asian. I'm just kind of blind to Asian accents, I think. Jose is pretty Latin right next to Juan, in my opinion. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. This magpie dragon shapeshifter VTuber may not know what they're doing, but they're definitely talented. Sarby is a 2D artist who drew and rigged their own model. Not only that, but they have a VGen where you can check out more of their amazing art and info on their lore. Streaming a variety of topics from yapping to playing Pokemon games or whatever else catches their magpie dragon eyes. And if you want to see more of their content, they have a bunch of showcases, shorts, and VODs over on their YouTube. But don't fret if you want to stay here on TikTok. Sarby also has an account here on TikTok where they post Twitch clips and other rig. Sarby also has an account here on TikTok where they post Twitch clips, sneak peeks at their rig, and skits on the regular. The Crunch Cafe is the safest place. The Crunch Cafe is a safe place to all who are respectful and enjoy lovely art. I think that was okay. I would not have known you were Asian without being told. That's fair. But I think the Starby also have yeah, they do. Sarby has TikTok, I think 2 different YouTubes like me, and Twitch and Blue Sky. Or Twitter and Blue Sky. I just assumed the name was a VTuber name in the same way people have Japanese VTuber name. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if that was my real name, it'd be pretty cool. Unfortunately, it's not. Done. Done. 76, just RB. I will be sober. I didn't even think about it until. Wait, that's not your real name? I wish it was. But no, it's not. My real name has been memed to the heavens and beyond. Because of a horror movie, I can say that. However, I refuse to change my name because I have this weird sentimental thing that's like, well, my parents named me this name and it meant something to them, so I guess it'll mean something to me. Though I say that out loud, I realize my real name was given to me on a whim because they thought I was going to be a little boy. So that is not necessarily accurate, but I can't take it back now because I've believed that my entire life. So I think it was Karen. No, it's not Karen. Audio volume 15. Damn, okay, Saw, thank you. Hell of a time to be in ads. It's okay, we won't talk. Oh, fuck. It's okay, I'll lock in and then continue talking when you return. Thank you for the listening. Draconian, what did you mean by that statement? I'm confused. Which one? The last one. Right there. All right, we're back. I love when I tell people I legally changed my name and they're like, it's just like, I think it's totally valid to change your name, especially if it's something that you find as spiritual. They're like, that wasn't your legal affair. Some names don't match. Oh, I didn't think of putting an ethnicity into you until I heard about just like me with being Latin. That's fair. I think it's like, I think the thing about that is a lot of people, I think the fun fact, sorry, I have the hiccups. And my opinion about that is because not a lot of people think about it. Or, maybe that's not true. I tend not to think about it, but I understand if other people tend to think about, like, oh, I wonder what nationality they are. But it's like, it doesn't change. Like, sure, it'll change some of the stories I tell you because my upbringing is different, but it doesn't really change all that much. I don't know if I want to make this I think I do. I think I want to make this, like, 105. Speed change to 105. I've been going by my new name for ages to people who know me, so it's just right. Sorry, Elaine said no. I did not say that. I did say, I meant that for enshrined. Enshrined doesn't want Latin names. No, happy, no, no. It's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. I'm alive. Welcome back. We didn't talk about much. Other than I accidentally cucked myself. Well, that's wild. That's not what I meant! And Pixels, you can't even say that's wild. It's your fault! This guy. Genetically, humans are one of the least diverse species because at one point we were down to 10k left after a really bad volcanic flare. Not even. What do you mean? No! Ah! Thank you for the lurk, Talking Goat. You have a Latin names for every creatures? I know, but like, I'm just saying, you didn't want it in the normal name. No, don't disintegrate, please. It's not what I meant, I promise. We just didn't want their only names to be in Latin. That's fair. Yeah, see guys, look, see, it's just that, you know? Oh, no. No, please. Please, it's not what I meant. It's not what I meant, please. I promise, it's not what I meant. Is that everything? No. Twitch, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, no, that's good. Twitter needs to move up a little bit, though, so they're even. What did I come back to? Framing Elaine, yeah. Yeah, essentially just that. Me trying to record scripts and getting framed. I'm getting framed live on twitch.tv. I cry. Not that one. That works. Okay. Did I save this? I don't remember if I did. Okay. File, save project as. 52 underscore boop. To Elaine's divine judgment, I will now go from Jose to Joseph. What if that's still Latin though? What if it's still, what does Joseph come from? Is it, I don't want to say what I think it is. I fancy Elaine put it on my wall. I'll be a pretty picture. Okay, let me go back to the template because I don't understand why this is like expanded fully. Because it shouldn't be. God sings when Joseph Joestar. Oh, Nani? Boop, boop, boop. Oh, this one should be a little bit bigger. This one should. I guess no. I get that. When you turn back. Alright, one more clip. Not one more, but you know. Keeper of Runes, Lady of Ledger, and Flames comes this stunning orc VTuber, Izara. Cozy and undeniably sweet, Izara will make sure that the candles are lit and blankets are soft for those who want to chill with other mature souls, as long as you can mind your manners, of course. When she streams, there will always be some fun events planned, whether that's in the world of Skyrim, Minecraft, or even Cyberpunk 2077. To join the Valcor today, scribe on over to her and her artist socials while you're over there. That was pretty fast. Might not speed that one up because that one was kind of fast. That or I'm illiterate and I thought it was okay. Hello, Moon. How was work today? How are you feeling? Did you have work today? It's in the beginning, I think. Okay, it's just this beginning portion. Okay, it's gotta be there. There you go. Link clips. Link track. Link clips. Link clips. Hi, Moira. I found $2 on the sidewalk. Good day. Work was fine. Fuck yeah. I'm glad work was good. Okay, let's throw that there. Okay, and then this one needs to turn up 15. Slightly wet and $30 to add to my wallet. Fuck yeah. Hey, money's money. I might fix that one sentence since I kind of recorded it fast. Cozy and undeniably sweet, Azara will make sure that the candles are lit and the blankets are soft. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Volume apply. Link clips. I think I deleted the wrong section. It's this one? Yeah. Ew. I heard a weird noise. Moira, what are you doing? Link clips, okay. Okay, hold on. I'll look at chat in 2 seconds. Okie dokie. Okay. Voice training is funny because if I get really good at it when I order drive-through, they'll be confused when I pull up at the window. Yeah, that's fair. That could be a fun prank that you do. If I look really feminine later and I order in my old voice, I can still confuse them. Be a true prankster. You will be. I think Joseph is still Latin, by the way, since I'm pretty sure that that's the name of Mary's husband. Parents of Big Jesus. Only way for my name not to be Latin origin is to give me an Asian name, I believe. I think so. I think that would be correct. I know the name. Cinnamon. Place. My neck. Save. Me for you to get high. What next? Did you know? Be next. Oh. Alright. I can't believe the Bible is a JoJo reference. The Bible. The Bible. Oh. Why sweat? Why I sweat? Why sweat? Why I sweat? Okay. Well, I don't know how I did that, but it went away, so. Reading one book this year already puts you ahead of most Americans? Reading one book this year already puts you ahead of most Americans? Only 60% of Americans read at least one book a year. This includes ebooks and audiobooks. Roughly 1/3 of Americans don't read after high school, and only 20% of households buy at least one book a year. Which means if you're reading, even if it's in your head, these captions, then you're doing better than most. But why is reading becoming such a rare commodity? Depending on who you are, your attention span is not likely long enough to even finish this video, which, if you think about it, a book is like 100 TikToks about one subject. So if you're at all interested in that new Chuck Tingle novel So if you're interested at all in that new Chuck Tingle novel that you heard so much about, pick it up. Big shout out to any of you who know what Chuck Tingle is, by the way. I know I gave it to you months ago. 41. This is the type of shit you find on Tumblr, or a name older than the Bible like Gilgamesh. Oh, does manga count? I don't know if it does. It's mostly ebooks. Mostly ebooks and normal reading books. Did you know? 41. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. We are young. Ooh, cancel. I think I liked this one more, if I recall. Rotation angle. Cancel. Apply. What? Oh. Oops. Hello, Moira. You really want to cuddle right now? Right now. Right in this moment. Right in this moment. Can you go the other way? Can your head go the other way? Can your head go the other way, please? Can your head go the other way, please? No? Okay. You know this arm I move the most. Alright, fine. She's like, Mom, I don't give a shit. I'm sitting on your right arm. I love her so much, but she finds the most inopportune moments to sit on me. I remember when this fact was brought up on stream, they said graphic novels weren't included, yeah. And I think people burn out after required reading in school, and it kills the fun. It gives... Hey, Carlos, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. And it's fun. It kills the fun. Yeah. Yep. I was gonna do a whole AI spiel on it, but then I got a bit too personal about it. If required reading was fun, we'd have more people reading today. This is true. This is true. It's going to be really hard to record my scripts with my cat on my arm. Welcome. Yes, welcome. Oh, wait, I gotta go to the very end. This is the Chuck Tingle part. And I gotta lie, I like reading, but even I couldn't finish Moby Dick. That's fucking fair. Yeah, I didn't like in-school reading. I stopped reading as much because it felt like I actually wasn't allowed to read enough in school. So that's fair. I don't know where this went. Okie dokie, next video. Which I think it's roll for fun, yeah. Okay, there. We urbanized romancy, and I'll eat that up. That's fair. When I was in elementary school, I think middle school too, they had a reading program where you track what books you read. You could get freebies from the library. Ooh. There's also one with Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut trying to make us literate out here, huh? Ink Inside is a cozy, chaotic, story-driven action RPG from Cartoon Network and horror devs. Ink Inside is a hand-drawn adventure. Ink Inside is a hand-drawn adventure with the heart of an indie cartoon. Play as Stick, an unfinished doodle trapped in a box of notebooks beneath a slowly leaking ceiling. As the water seeps into the notebooks, it warps the land around them and turns once friendly doodles into mindless, soggy monsters. Uncover lost memories and save your friends by battling back the waves of wetness corrupting the world. With a lot of current games being barely processed crap, it's refreshing to see Blackfield. It's refreshing to see Blackfield Entertainment LLC really putting their heart and soul into a game that is fun to play. My cat's being... She keeps, like, adjusting because I'm doing these scripts. And I don't understand because her blanket is less than 5 feet away from me. She doesn't care. She does not care. Water seeps into the notebooks. Yep. Gato. I remember being younger and we were expected to finish 1 to 2 books every week and had to do a book report. And I don't know if it was my daily or what, but I could never finish the book sometime. Sometimes just reading not at your own pace is just not it. Makes it less fun. Want your lap? But the only reason why she's sitting in my lap is because there is a warm blanket on my lap. I promise you, at this current moment, it's not me. It's the blanket. What the fuck? Why are we squishing the life out of little guys? Better do it faster, makes it stronger. And my arm's gonna go numb. Because the way she lays on it, it cuts circulation off from my hand. And she doesn't know that. So I leave her, but eventually it's gonna cuck me. Apply. Okie dokie. That goes there. Squeeze. Save. Okay, now I just gotta fix this part. Then this guy. Just one. I don't remember what its release date is though. I don't know if I do a wish list now or not. I think it comes out after this release date. Oh wait, I already came out in my. Okay. Save. And then I have one more video to record a VTuber script for, and then I have 2 more scripts to do normal things for. And I guess I play Build a Zoo because I can't do anything else because my cat's sitting on my arm. Embrace being afraid. As long as you don't let fear control your actions, then you can live a whimsical life. Embrace being wait. Embrace being afraid. As long as you don't let fear. Embrace being afraid. As long as you don't let your fears control your actions, then you can live a whimsical life. Just like these little rats who, if they were too scared, wouldn't have this magical moment with Bubbles. New hobbies, foods, and new anything can be scary, but instead of doing it prepared, do it scared. This talented TikToker Marissa wouldn't have been able to make such a lovely piece of work if it wasn't for her bravery towards new styles of art workflows. This talented TikToker Marissa wouldn't have been able to create such lovely works of art if it wasn't for her bravery towards the new styles of artwork. So no matter what life throws at you, be sure to do it scared. So no matter what life throws at you, be sure you do it scared. Do it not knowing what'll happen next, because life is meant to be an adventure, and it only gets more exciting the more brave you choose to be. I think that wasn't too bad. Look at all this violence. Look at all that violence. 63. Mm. Clips, apply, audio, 15. Make it 20. 18. I guess that's someone who I haven't really watched yet. It turns out they got this cool emo. Ooh. Is that Sylvie? Is that Sylvie? No. Okay. I thought. Respectfully. Good, good, good. Being respectful is important. And now I gotta change this to 105 because it's too slow. There you go. I really wanna go. From the end. You have a list? What is this list? I want to see this list. Actually, yeah, I want to see the list. Unless they're all under the same topic or theme. Boring. You're cold, you're yes and you know. You're up in your town. Place. Oh, they are under a similar theme. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Understood. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Then I replace these. K7 polar. Got a coaster. Can't get off this ride. You change your mind. I had 2 more subjects, but oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. The sea has many vast treasures. We break up because we make up. Cody, yes, and you know. Making its way. Where's my jigglypuff more moth eyes? Oh, I'm sorry, friend. That'll be okay. There are many other jiggly moth thighs, I'm sure, on the internet. You could even say the sea has plenty of booty. Oh, yes, you could. There you go. See? Fruit bag gets it. Fruit bag gets it. It'll be a-okay. I like this image a lot. This one. Just like cat like drooling. It's funny. Okay. Save. Okay, I just need to record 2 more things. Exit. Exit Steam. Just heard a chance. So many twerk emotes. Why don't those go with... Oh, I guess not all the twerk emotes. Some of them are a little goobery, right? So... Fair. I love my cat. I cried about my cat yesterday because I'm going to be gone from her in July for a week and it made me sad. But, like... This is a little different. This is a little different. Okay, I need to record the other scripts now. Okie dokie. Which ones am I doing tomorrow, though? Tomorrow... Oh, I did that wrong. Okay, it's fine. I can replace it tomorrow. But I will do... this one. It says these bangers. I do like those. Edit label. This one. I'll probably do these 3. Sometimes I get really emotional and I just cry while looking at my cat going, he's so cute. That's fair. I have done that before as well. Right now, I don't feel like doing that though because it's just literally, I mean it. If my cat were to sit on my other arm, I'd be golden. My arm wouldn't fall asleep. I could move. I could draw. I could do anything I wanted to and not bother her. But I think she knows it's easier if to cradle her as a baby if she lays the other way. Maybe that's it. If your cat is confused when they see them cry, it's probable. It's probable. Okay, let me... It's not what I wanted. I want audacity. You could do anything. I could. Because I'm right-handed. The darkness will drown you in the smothering... Nope. The darkness will drown you in the smothering swamps of Enshrined. I hesitated. Also... Okay. Alright. My cats, know they are cute and they abuse their powers all the time. Damn. Fair. Very confused for like 5. He just stares before huffing away. Aww. The darkness will drown you in the smothering swamps of Enshrined. I feel like I don't say that as fluently as I could. The darkness will drown you in the smothering swamps of Enshrined. That's better. Alright, that's all good. Ooh, I cut it off a little bit early. There you go. Oh, the booty wiggles. Here, our swamps reflect the ecosystems like that of deep oceans, divided into layers by access to light. Divided by layers by access to light. Much of the large plant... Much of the large plant growth is above the canopy where the sun shines bright, yet is the most vulnerable. As flying predators can dredge you from the swamps or creatures below can drown you deeper. The ash leaf trees, disintegrating foliage, and a mire The ash leaf tree's disintegrating foliage and a mire of darkness lies below the canopy, causing a layer of silt that blankets everything and sunlight never reaches the floor. Creatures here are often blind, relying on sound and vibration to find their prey. Would you run a setting like this in your campaign? That's pretty good. This is 8. 8. It's quite a collection. It is. It truly is. Alright, entity of the week. Oh, I said mother. Monster lovers and gym bros, come close, come near as I tell you of this week's entity, the Umbral Prowler. How does that sound? That's fine. Okay. Unlike most big beasts that you would expect to find to make a home in the swamp, this creature has never skipped gym day. Unlike most big beasts that you would expect to find to make a home in the swamp. Nope. Unlike most big beasts that you would expect to make a home in the swamp, this creature has never skipped gym day. Using its honed muscles, they act when grabbing their nutritious meal. With the skills of the Umbral Prowler, the menu can be anything that doesn't kill it first. Clearly got this on lock. Thank you. I've been thinking about it for a while. I thought you were gonna swear. I was like, what happened? No, I almost said motherfucker, and I'm like, oh, it's monster fucker. The Umbral Prowler snatches any morsel other predator. The Umbral Prowler. Nope. The Umbral Prowler snatches any morsel other predator. The Umbral Prowler snatches any morsel other predators fail to pay attention to. On an active hunt, they trap their prey in their jaws, either poisoning or eviscerating it. With 2 independent jaws, it makes light work of any prey it hunts. That's better. This jacked and hungering beast from your nightmares is at the top of the food chain and will devour you whole. Always be a friend to the end. Export audio, export file, recent, this one, export, there we go. Ella, Moira, you know, you'd be way more comfy, and I don't mean this in any mean way, but you know, you'd be like so much more comfier if you didn't sit here. Right? Like, you would be so motherfucking comfy in your little bed. You know that, right? I feel like she's ignoring me. Oh, this is 8. I bet. Dun, dun, dun. Didn't browse it. Myself, Walmart, Supercenter garden section, parking lot rainy. Is that how you name all your cats? Oh, to be a cat, what a blissful, comfy life. Oh no, I have to go to the restroom soon. That is my only cat that I've ever had. Would you name, if you get another cat, would you name that cat with the similar naming convention? Yes, fair. Don't get comfier, dude. I have to go to the bathroom soon. I'm again caught up giving the lady a massage. I got caught. You're good. You're totally good. Hope it was a good massage for the lady. I have been let free. Could you get me the iPad, please? I wonder how she got so warm. Definitely not killing the circulation to my arm. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Definitely not stopping me from using the restroom. No, no. Moira is just a little baby. Never. She wouldn't even put her ass on your cutting board. What? What did you just say to me? I'm trying to bolt out of here before her. Wrong. Hold on. That's kind of how I name my Minecraft mob, just weirdly unusually long names. And just like Walmart, that cat would have a million nicknames. She's on, yeah, I probably would call her Wally. Or Wally World. What? There's one right there. Okay. She's on her feet, so she appreciates how strong my hands are for her legs, feet, and lower back. Fair. Well, Walmart was found at Walmart, to be fair. Yes. Yes, I remember this. I couldn't name my cat that, because then I'd have to name... If I name my cat that, I'd have to call her adoption website. And I don't think that would be a very good name for my little kitty cat. Alright. This one's good. I'm gonna do the other one. Maybe Minecraft B Fernzabond. Didn't even contain the B, just named it and left it. That's fun, because then if you ever come across it again, you'll know, you know? It'll be like, oh, it's Fernzabond. 8. That's not the number 8. As a reminder, my currently recorded... Oh, yeesh. Dude, that to Pixels. Pixels need some of that. Alright, and then this one... I gotta go to the restroom. I will go to the restroom after I finish this, I think. The name Society. Humane Society. She's not cool enough for a name like that. That's way too cool for my little kitty baby. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay, there we go. That's not too bad. I don't know if I need to shrink that more. Necessarily. Yeah, I might, just so it sounds more fluent. Oh, fine. Wally, Wallace, Walls of the Mart, the Great and the Terrible, Wallace, Marty, Smarties, Lil Shit, Garden Section, War Criminal. I like those. Named naturally spontaneous Wackle Muggle. What? I don't know how to say that. That one I do have tied up. That's fair. Man, it's pretty rare. A pink sheep. My max is like 80 pounds per hand. Max. My max is probably like 2 pounds. Little Shit's my favorite. Little Shit is also my favorite. Mine for Moira is probably Momo Bean. I call her Momo a lot. Alright, I have to go to the restroom. I'm done with working for now. So I'm gonna do a little bit of art. Ready for edit. Ready for edit. Okay. Close all. Alright, I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. We're gonna do some art. I'll be right back. Wacko Mogulus? I feel like I'm being duped into saying something. I'm a shorter dude and have just straight up picked up and walked away with taller people who are friends of mine. Fuck yeah! Reminding me of, what's his name? Punch Up from that superhero game. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. What are we talking about? Combo. Very good use. Not my primary, but my legs are pretty much still are. Fuck yeah. I just realized I don't have. I think I already told you that. What the fuck? Why is he missing 1/3 of his tail? No, you did not tell me that he was missing 1/3 of his tail. Why is he missing 1/3 of his tail? What? Why? How did this happen? Am I missing anything in this drawing? I don't think I am. I think I just gotta color it. Other than like naming everything, like I don't know if I want to name it. Delete. I want to know, why is he missing part of his tail? Oh no, did I put that on one layer? Oops. Oh fuck. One second. Boop. Clear. Do, 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 do. Okay. There's a guy with a 3-legged cat named Yardstick. Why is he called Yardstick? His contact my arms are in their prime lives in 300. I remember that. When we found him as a kitten in the Walmart parking lot, we think the end of his tail had been crushed somehow. It was broken and unable to heal. Oh, well, at least he's okay. I'm glad that he's okay, though. Because the cat only... Oh! Oh! Damn. Damn, really did him like that, huh? Really did him like that, huh? I mean, fair. Goddamn. 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 I keep thinking about it now. The color brush. Damn, that's what I'm saying. Like, these are things I would not have thought about when if I had that cat, you know. Probably wouldn't name it like Trooper or something because it'd be a little Trooper. When I get a dog, I'm naming him Cheese. That doofus Cheese Stick. Good gender. I like Cheese Stick. Cheese Stick is a good name. Mask. This guy, I want to mask that part. Go back to the bow. That part. Juice box. Mask. That part. This part. The hand, I'm just gonna erase part of that. And the hair. My roommate wants to get a hairless black cat and call it Ballsack. No! The Kibby! The Kibby. I don't know how to feel about that name. I'm not the owner of that cat, so I can't really have judgment, to be fair. But also, I feel like just a little bit, poor Kibby. So this piece of hair's gotta go up. Gotta go up. Gotta go up. And then my phone vibrated a lot. And this is gonna go up. That'd be hilarious, but don't tell them. Don't worry. Probably still call the cat and can't stop that. That's fair. That's fair. Ballsack under the gutter behind a toaster factory. Little guy. That's his full name. I could see that being a full name. Skin tone, and then we have color. I am the first hamster I ever caught cheese stick. If it both wait, yamper, hamster. Wait, what? What is yamper? Yamper. Started kissing. Yamper is a Pokemon? Oh shit, hold on. Okay, let me look it up. Yamper. Oh, cheese stick is a good name for Yamper. That's a cute little dog. That's a cute little guy right there. Yeah, fix that little hairline. I'll fix it later. So name a shiny Yamper after my last dog. That'd be cute. That'd be a cute name. I don't know what cat like Pokemon I would name after Moira. Probably like what's the talking cat? What kind of Pokemon was the talking cat from Pokemon? Cause their second evolution reminds me of Moira a lot sometimes. Meowth, yeah, Meowth. I'd name a Meowth after my cat. Allows you to do that goes from Corgi to Dane. Ooh. Revenge, baby. I love Skitty. Ooh, Skitty is a cute one. That's a good pick. Oops. Not enough paint. Alright, there you go. Skittle Kitty. Skittle Kitty. Alright. Want your love and I want your revenge. I want your love. I wanna be friends. I'm gonna be going back and forth because I can't tell whether I actually filled in a lot of these outlines or not. That's okay though. I have a shiny Sylveon and Cobblemon. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, what color is Sylveon when they're shiny? Once I find you and me, got a plan romance. Blue. Ooh, I made it a Sylveon because it gives me trans vibes, so I feel that no, that's fair. That is fair. That is completely fair. I also get those vibes. Those eyes aren't fully filled in. Fuck. Oh man. Normal Sylveon is trans femme flag color and shiny is trans. Really? The base is still white. It turns pink to blue. Oh, do you think they did that on purpose? There you go. I forgot the name of the Pokemon, but there's a little angry bird that I caught named something cute. Then suddenly in a third evolution, it's 6 foot tall, black, scary looking motherfucker. Yeah, some of the evolutions in my mind don't exactly match up what they should look like, but teach their own. I love it. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I personally, I don't know. I have like a specific vibe that I think Pokemon should evolve into. Some of them are good that they've done, but like I remember Fuecoco. I did not like the evolutions for Fuecoco. Fuecoco, I feel like they butchered a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Oop, there you go. What are all the cat Pokemon again? Meowth, Skitty, Purrlion, Sprigato. What are all the cat Pokemon? Why are you saying line after? Taking money. Am I missing something? Probably. Dude, why did that get wonky? Sorry, I will look at chat in 1 second. I said last I don't remember their Evo. Oh, fair. I feel like I did this wrong. I'm gonna redo this. It's Vincent, beat it. Copy paste. Here we go. There we go. Sorry, 1 second. I'll look at chat. Corviknight is dope. One of my favorite Pokemon is. Ooh, I don't know what that one is. I also don't know who Corviknight is. Ooh, it's that guy. What's this guy? I don't know why, but he reminds me of like a fruit. Ooh, Corviknight is cool. Look at him. Very cool guy. Cool guy. That's a certified cool guy right there. It's because his head peels out like a fruit. Yeah, I think it's not all. It's that and the fact that like, his body is kind of round. I think it's a little bit of both, if I'm gonna be honest. There we go. I'm trying to write a creepypasta character, OC, I guess, but I feel like all of them are OC technically, and I'm struggling with it. What are you struggling with? Like, what part of the ideation process are you struggling with, friend? If I did alpha lock to reference, this was the reference. How does references work? References procreate. Delibird is supposed to read like delivered and not delibird. Oh, I also thought of delivered. Or I also thought of delibird, like a meat bird. Story, I guess I have the appearance of the main character, major plot points. That's it. I think you could do vignettes, like just parts of their life. You know, I think are fun. Just take it away. Open up a canvas and head to actions. Canvas toggle on reference. No, I wanna.
Father help!
Ah! I have been yeeted. I have been yeeted. Where am I? A layer displays a layer of reference underneath the name. Select on color drop. Oh, got it. What's alpha lock? Alpha lock, Procreate. Ever use that one? It's a pretty fun one. Layer locks. Well, masks are not in the digital sense. Locks offer an important related function. A layer lock protects a layer from any edit. Alpha lock protects any part of the layer that is transparent. Activating alpha lock on a layer means that you can only change the pixel that already exists on the layer. Lay down some content on the layer. So you can only change the pixel you already committed to the canvas. You cannot create more. Layer mask. Clipping mask. Okay, clipping mask it is. So on my list is some stationery. I need a sketchbook, color pencils, and stuff. Ooh. What kind of color pencils are you looking at getting? Clipping mask. Wait. Feel like a little kid. I'm still standing better all this time. Should be a bit better. This will be a good test. That's a good. It is good. DM it later. Oh, thank you, Wood. Thank you. I've used Prism. I'm not a fan of it, but I'll take suggestions. I don't think I have any color pencil. I like color pencils a lot, but I don't normally color with color pencils, so I don't. But if anybody else has suggestions, definitely. Also, thank you, Moon. Thank you again. Cody Patootie. Oh, I did not finish this. Not too much. And then I gotta go back down to the mask. There you go. Wait. There you go. I'm very outdated when it comes to stationery since I'd probably drawn or written regularly in like 14 years. Prismacolor's pretty good. I only tried one other brand, but it's a bit harder to find now. Yeah, Prismacolor's pretty good. Looks like could work for the creepers. I just don't know how to lead up to their death and rebirth. I think that's something you can consider like after writing the vignettes a bit, you know? Like after you get like how you want to like the writing style down, you could consider that bit. That's what I tend to do is like if I'm writing something, I'll write whatever's easiest first in my brain so that way I can get like how I want the flow to be better and then I go from there, if that makes sense. Cuz like it can kind of help to just like break it up into like little practices. That's the other thing I forgot to mask. I remember my OC stories. Fuck yeah. Okay, yeah, Bunswell, at the end of the day, what matters is really how you use it. This is true. I need my gold. My gold, it is. Is that all I need? What the fuck? It is. Thank you for the cheek pat. I appreciate it. Oh, I see. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm drawing. Fuck, sorry. See, the death and rebirth thing kind of need to be early part because the dead character is the main villain. Ooh, that's fair. But also remember that not all stories have to be linear. You know? Not all stories have to be linear. That's the fun thing about them. They can be in whatever order you want them to be in. I think. Yeah, that color works. Do you like this song? This is a good song. I like this song a lot. I want to do that there. I think I'd rather it not. And I'd rather all the clothes be on a similar layer. You ever just shade shit that has nothing to do with anything? Oh, all the time. All the time, but I think because like I get to work on stuff on stream, the randomness doesn't come out as often. But when I'm just living everyday to day life, I do. I fall over it when Danny. Aha! That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. It's a good song. Everybody wants to. I think I made the gold too dark. Do I tend to make the gold? Yeah, I make the gold whatever color the lightest part of the gold is most times. Fill layer. Clipping mask. Merge down. Yeah. That way if I wanted to shade it, it'd be better. Most of it all thing ever lasts forever. You familiar with them? I believe I own most of the CDs, definitely on the album covers. Yeah. Ninja Sex Party, I think is the name. Beside you. Fuck yeah, I got it right. Color burn 20. I like to use this color. Elaine, you're so base. Thank you. I just been on the internet a lot. You know me, Elaine, the lady that likes to live her life on the internet most of the time. Fun fact, most of my life has been on the internet. Like, I think... Like, I've used the internet since I was pretty young. I forget if this is the color that I think it is. Like I got to in a 13, 14, something like that. I don't remember how young I was when I like started doing things on the like I think I was 13, 14 when like I started like posting on the internet and stuff. But I've been like on the internet since I think much younger. I think. I don't actually know. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, now this part. I said some really random stuff in my time. That's fair. I mean, hey, sometimes those inside thoughts need to become outside thoughts, you know? And sometimes vice versa. But I think oftentimes for people like those of us in the milk club, they need to they can be pretty funny outside thoughts. Words to say.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
This is the right color, okay. I'm like looking at it side by side and I kind of feel like I'm using the wrong color for shading, but I think it's the right one. I think. Hold on. Let me see. I think I'm right. Yeah, it's same. Okay. Being an extremely creative person is fun when you constantly insult your friends. They can't beat the stuff I come up with. On God, I think that's usually pretty fun. I've been trying to get like wittier about my comebacks. Cause my friend Body, man, he's trumped me for years. So I try to be a little more creative when I insult him because he's just really good at it in a weird way. I feel like I've said some wild shit. Same. But like, be real though. If you don't say some wild shit every now and again, are you really living life? Are you really thinking outside the box? Together. I think I might have gotten the light direction mixed up a little bit. I definitely did on this side. Yeah, there we go. Because this one's coming this way. Which means I don't... Oh my goodness! Hello! Welcome on in. How are you doing? How are you doing, my friend? Did I ever send you... Heroic, did I ever send you the candle raid? Welcome on in, raiders. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy us as we are hanging out. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome on in. Staz Shirori, thank you for the follow. Did I ever show you your bean? I made you into a bean. I don't know. I don't remember. I think I sent it to you. Did I sent you this Heroic? Those of you who are new here, hello. My name's Elena, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I've got a big heart but a little brain. And we're drawing right now. Bean, yeah, I made this for you. I forgot if I didn't send this to you. I'll send it to you after stream on Blue Sky or something. But yeah, I made you into a little bean. You can pull Heroic right now if you click the thing called Beanbox. Of course. If you click on bean box, bean blind box, I think is what it's called. You too could possibly pull a Heroic. Hello, Candle Mother. Hello, everybody. Again, if you need to rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. I'm just slowly building up my art library in my brain. L6683, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Thank you for popping on in. Thank you. Oops. Ooh, not there. Here. Hello, welcome. Today just a full of raids. Oh shoot, I did not plan that out correctly. Yeah, what did you guys get up to? You guys also get to some arting? The artin and the fartin? I guess this would go like this. No time. Boop, 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 boop. What were we even talking about before? I forgot. What were we talking about? Were we even talking about anything before the raid, or were we just vibing? I don't remember. Are we talking about Pokemon and writing for a little bit? I don't remember if we were talking about anything else, though. Can't to just what you want, not to be alone. Under the face. Spitballing topics. Were we? I don't even remember, honestly. I think my brain is just, you know, the Adderall's wearing off. It's about that time. Conversations, topics are easy to be forgotten by my brain. Hey baby, won't you look my way? Just did some cleanup work on the doors we drew, added the names for the floors they're attached to, and got them added to... Yippee! Oh my god, if you guys haven't seen Heroick's website, go check it out. It is, like, on God, like, a dream website. Honestly. That's why I kind of want to make my Oshi better, because if you just had that little bit of coding knowledge, and there's a little more of that creativity, guys, you can make anything you want with a website. Honestly, the mansion, yes. Yes, indeed. But yes, guys, go check Heroick out if you guys haven't. Heroick, it is an amazing art streamer. Very kind, very sweet, very fun. Very immersive. I would say one of the most immersive streamers that I get to know. So many resources online for CSS for real. Yes, there are. I only recently got to learn this as I have been trying to code my Oshi page. And my little baby brain have a hard time. I love the way you have your scene on the tab, but thank you. Yeah, it's like I'm drawing. Be a little bit more immersive. I try to make a fun and immersive stream here. Oh, I realized I made that go out instead of go in. I kind of flipped it, I think. I did a little bit. Very creative. Thank you. I try to be. I try to be nearly as creative as my friends. My friends are very creative, though. Boop. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Look at what my love. Did I do that right? Wait, what the fuck? What angle was the sun coming from in this? Oh, I think I kind of did a top down. But this is still correct. If the light's coming from this way. From this way. I think. I think when I'm shading, I often forget what color or what direction the sun is that I'm trying to mimic. And then it just kind of gets shaded. And then I'm like, "Tee, that looks good." Not thinking about it all that much. The whisper. I just get, I just get locked in when I'm coloring. And then I don't think about nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Other than talking to you guys. Walk a mile in these Louboutins. Is that the song? I don't think it is. I think I'm wrong. I think this one could use a little more shaping. Off to the salon. There we go. There we go. Curve this out a little bit more. And then... Wait, Raiders means more people to show this weird thing to? Show them! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy, that weird thing. And then I gotta do another clear. And then I gotta do the purple. Wait, right? I did the... Whoop. Huh? Wait, what? Um... fill. Oh, wait, what? Wait, Elena's confused. Oh, I guess I could use this color. I feel like that's not the color that I use, though. I love combining emotes. Why is this white not? No, it's not. Here. Look at me. Boop. Color marker. Add a clipping mask of color burn. I think I normally use this purple, no? Or is it this color? I think it's actually this color. I think. It's much lighter. I guess it is this color. Clear. Boop. Why are you shooting people? Don't shoot people. Why are you pewing? No pewing. We pewing at the club. But in the club, we all fam. Oh, he's missing an eye. No. No, now he's missing an eye. Sorry, I have a little bit of a yawn. I don't know if this is. I feel like this is a little too dark. It might be a little too dark on the shading. Make it lighter. There you go. Yeah. 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 And this bit. Maybe this one. Here we go. And then. And then we're gonna erase this top bit. Thank you for the wellness, Jack. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shy Fox 22, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I think that's pretty good so far. I think we're missing a little bit of color right here. Whoop. There we go. And then, let's see, the color's coming in that way. So then we have to go back up here. And I have to shade this guy. And this guy. And then making sure that this is the right color. And it is, it's just the outline isn't masked correctly. Am I a liar? I might be a little bit of a liar, because if that's the case, then it might be this guy. Oh, what? Yeah, no, it's so the mask. Right? Oh, no, it's the shading. There you go. How's lovely maincoow doing today? I'm good. How are you, also? pretty good. Just coloring. I'm just coloring my little heart away. Love has taken its toll. Goodbye. Many times before. I've been working. I hope work's treating you well. Sorry. Oh my god. Hey, on with the bit. Kind of happy. One of my edits said, "Well, fuck yeah." Cute reminds me of SpongeBob ice cream. Oh, that kind of does. It's got that kind of like it's so cute. It has the eyes, the gumdrop eyes. She said goodbye. And now I want the color brush, and I'm gonna take the blush color. Get a bigger brush. Let's see. Like here and here. Oh my gosh, and blur. Oh wait. Oh, yeah. Let that one be different. We obviously gotta add it to our little fingies. Hey, very nice. I was deep diving into some like old ass meme images I saved in Cackle. Now I gotta throw myself into bed. Are you going to sleep? Good night. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Ooh, that's a rare bean. It is. A very rare bean. One even could say elusive. Elusive? I don't know. Words are hard. Me, she said goodbye times before. Hopefully the image on the box. Hopefully the image. That's fair. I've made popsicles before. I've made popsicles like that before. Here, let me show you. I used to take commissions for them. I think they're currently in like waitlist or whatever. VJed. Now for it to take 20 years to load. I think it's in silly YCHs. Yes, popsicles. See, I made a little popsicle. I don't think this one's my favorite one though. Whose is my favorite? Commissions. I feel like the one I did for I think I don't know whose was my favorite. There's one. They had red hair. This one was my favorite. How long since you ever start like since I first ever like streamed or since I started stream today? So when is the ice cream coming out? What ice cream? Huh? What? But yeah, this one was one of my favorites. I just liked how like you can have like ever 3 years? 3 years? 2020? No. That's a lie. That's a lie. But yeah, you could get like clean ones and then you can get silly ones. What's it taste like? That one I feel like tastes like a Starburst. Hold on. I know how long it's been since I streamed. I did a whole 2021, 5 years. 4 years? 4 years. 5 years? No, 5 years. 5 years. 5 years this year? This year is 5 years? But consistently too. Starburt. He is IRL with like flavors like legit ice cream pops. It'd be pretty fun. I did them for quite a few VTubers. Starburt 4.5. Yeah, 4.5, but consistently for a year and a half or almost 2 years, I'd say. Because I used to just stream casually, but now I stream consistently. I'd like to say I stream pretty consistently now. Got the wrong pen there, chat. There we go. Loki, want to start? Do it. If you are doing it for the love of the game, just because you like streaming, because you like recording memories with your friends, do it. If you're doing it for the money, don't do it. Do other things. Have a life. I looked on your VGen, but wasn't sure which one. There was one for Misk. Huh? Do you want one? Are you saying it's because you want one? Maybe I turned it off? No, it's right here. Popsicles. You gotta scroll down. Some little guys right here. I just have them all on waitlist. Not a popsicle specifically. Fair. I should probably put these like on not waitlists anymore. I'm lazy. But not high key shout it, proud, be loud. It can be a lot of work, honestly. Valid point. I might. You should. If after me saying that you still want to, I think you definitely should if that's the case, you know? It's a good time. It's a good time. Ooh. Also, in some ways, I find stream to be nice because it's like a hold me accountable kind of thing, you know? It holds me accountable to do work and to make stuff happen. Like a Chibi Archives of the Anime, if you do those. I can try to do that if you'd like. I'm not very good at it. That's why I don't have it, but I could just talk to you in DMs about it if you want. I just don't think I'm very good at them. I just make little guys. I'm practicing so I can be better though. I think I have to make the outline darker. Alright, that will just have to be like that then. There you go. Doing amazing. Thank you, Heroic. Okay, I'm back. Got at least some creepypasta story. Fuck yeah, good job. I'm proud of you. Go to consistent. Thank you. Thank you. I try my fucking damnedest a lot of the times. Cause like I like streaming. I like streaming a lot, but like I know that I'm kind of. Is this the same color? Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Is this not the same color? It could be like slightly off. Hold on. This is not the pen I wanted. But I try to be consistent. Consistency is key in all things. Whether that's learning a new art form, whether that's... Are these different? Are you different? Hold on. Sorry. I have to know if they're different because this color should color burn onto it correctly, but it's not. You're not absolute whites, right? No, you're not absolute whites. Hold on. I've seen having a consent. Aww. Thank you. I try to be. Honestly, if I'm honest, some days it gets hard. Some days I wake up and I'm like, I want to go bed. But I try my best. It is that color. What the fuck? Wait, is it? Oh, no, it is. It straight up is. Okay. God damn it. 2 paragraph feels like a lot since like bulletin points were and still feels like a full paragraphs. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I think that the reason why it probably feels like a lot is because it's a lot of ideas, you know? It's a lot of ideas. Even if it's not a lot of the entire story, it's just a lot of general ideas that you should still be proud of. Also, I'm gonna keep showing up every day until the day that I die. So, or retire, I guess. Elaine's never gonna graduate. Elaine's only gonna someday retire. The goo will be sipping on the juice. Exactly. I gotta remember to add my white streak. I can afford a Ferrari. But that don't mean I can get you there. Hold on. Sorry, that line was like bad. The girl I love, and I'm like, what flavor juice? Apple juice. Doing the line art for this reference sheet, I'm noticing how crooked it looks. That's fair, but that's, you know, why you can select it and then rotate it. Love me digital art, you know? This pain in my chest, I still wish you. I don't know if I want to do this. Hold on. Guys, I'm gonna need your help. Need your help. Do we like the eyes above the emote? Here, let me turn the background off. Do we like the eyes above the emote or above the hair? Or do we like it below the hair? But with like opacity, I think is the thing. So where did I? It's like that. I have to get some rest now. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you for the raid. Have a wonderful rest, Heroic. Thank you for coming. Oh, fuck. Thank you for coming in. Below? Okay. Above is kind of charming. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. I think. How did I do this before? Then my mama, but she told me this is one for your dad. Ow, ow, ow. I like above. Okay, we have 2 votes for above. I'm like kind of mixed. I feel like I get below, but I also get above at the same time. Actually, what if we did this above? Hold on. I think, wait, what if it was up, 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 up. Like this. Wait, hold up. There's a third option. A third option. This was kind of like my third option was like, it's above all the line art, I think. The time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once. We'll wait for the third option. I like this sip emote though. It's my very first emote. This is my very first emote that I think I've ever made that like is Elaine in its core, I think. Let me look at my emotes. Because other ones are like references to other things or bases of something else, I think. I think so. I think so. So, in some styles, peeps put the eyes below or above, then add a skin color spray tint to the ends of the bangs to make them slightly clear so the eyes pop out more. I Oh. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, wait. Flesh. Yes, flesh. Select. Boop. I think I'm gonna make this bigger. Oh. Oh, wait, I see. Like that. Kind of like this, and then we can clean it up. And clean it up on like the lower layers. We don't need it on the lower layers. Just like that. Might tone it down just like a little bit. What do you guys think? I kind of like that. I think it makes like I think it makes it like I think my VTuber does that actually. I think if you look at my VTuber model, yeah, there's like a bit of fleshy tone right here. It's not actually transparent. It's just fleshy toned. I think that's good. Hold on. Is this? It is below. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure it was below the shading group. Man, do you like spicy? I love spicy tteokbokki with cheese. Cheese. All right, we got a sip emote done, chat. This is Elaine. I just need it to be known now. This is the first emote I have drawn by hand with, like, sure, like, I referenced other emotes, yes, but, like, this is my first, like, emote that comes from me in my brain. I just need it to be said because that's a lot for me. Oops, oops, oops. This is a lot for me. That's cute. I'm glad you like it. I might boost up the shade, the blush a little bit. I'm gonna boost it up a little bit. Oh, it's already boosted. Take on me, take on me, take. Ooh. Okay, delete. Hold on. Let me just do the blush one more time. That's not the right palette. It's this palette. Actually, let me try it. Put it on the fridge. I will. Hi, Kuma. I just want to add a little bit more blush because I love adding blush to characters. I think it's so fun. I don't know if I should make it darker though. I want to make it more reddish. Yeah, like I like that red. I just want it to be lighter. Wait, wait. Like adding blush eyebrow? Yeah. Wait, maybe make this normal. Hold on. Normal. boost it, right? So it's a little bit more red, but then we'll go back into here. And then I'm going to select this part and this. Oh. Okay. I did it wrong. Clipping mask. Fill. Yeah, there we go. Now the blush like sticks out a little bit more. I guess a little bit less. Like right there. I think that's a cute color. Let me grab that color. There you go. There. Cute. Cute. I like it. Wait, but Elaine's having... Wait, hold on. Elaine has one more idea. A little bit too much. Keep... Nope. Keep... It's my phone. And then take this color. Gib. There you go. And then duplicate. Flatten. This goes on top. I think I like that as well. Fuck. Select. Invert. 1 second. Clear. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. Elaine fucked it up. God dang it. How do I do the eyes if I want to do it that way? Because I like it. The eyebrows on top, eyes underneath. Forgot makeup exists and thought you meant... Good night, Fruit Bat. I hope you sleep well and I hope you have fun on the Minecraft server. Good night, friend. Good night. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Elaine is so confused right now. Good night. Good night. I think I have to do it this way. Should have just done this way to begin with, but I forgot. Duplicate, flatten. Select, invert. Clear, there we go. I think that would be the cleanest way to do it. I think. Oh gosh darn it. Oh gosh darn it. I didn't notice that. Oop. Ooh. Cries internally whenever I have to make an edit, like, after the fact. After all that planning, and I still don't remember to do something. Oops. Okay. Naughty the fuck? Why did that I be doing that? Why did I be doing that? Oh, that's because of the... Be safe and sound. There you go. There you go. Anyone hear a Duke? I do. EP Compact. I got this liquid blush stain and it's real nice because it doesn't smudge. Oh, I love it when I don't smudge. And I've been putting it on my cheeks and across the bridge of my nose and blending it out so it looks kind of nice. I love doing my blush like that. I often do my blush just like that as well. Okay, Elaine will export this. I should buy tickets to a comedy show. Hey, comedy shows are pretty good, especially if you can afford them. Okay. I agree. Sorry. Save. Alright. I have, count them up, 30 minutes to think of whether I would like to sketch a new emote. And I think I do. That would just consist of me doing this. Sorry. There you go. Only been to like 3, but they're very fun. Small, cheap ones, not like famous comedians. Yeah, like smaller comedians I think are more fun because they're more willing to like take a risk, in my opinion. Alright, I want to do like a nerdy one, but let me grab. Gotta grab some. He's falling down, oh, there will be safe and sound. Unlock. Copy. Will it copy? Paste. There we go. Lock. This one will be emote template. Except I can't. Okay. Template. Done. Thank you for the lurk. A friend convinced me to participate in an open mic one day. I got a stage fright when the light hit me. That's totally fair. But we'll be here. Probably always stream for a little bit longer. Because I gotta eat dinner and I gotta take a shower. Okay. I think I want this one to be like dead on though. For once, I actually do want it to be dead on. Oh, wait. I just realized something. Elaine just realized something. Okay. Okay. Now I must go to bed. Good night. Good night, CG. Have a wonderful night. Hope you sleep well. Candle Red, welcome on in, loaded baked potato skin. Love the name. Yummy name. I will eat the bugs. Good plan. Eat those bugs. Okay. Good night, Elle. Sleep well. I need the references from the okay. Bite the bed bugs. Bite the bed bugs. This is true. Bite them all. Okay, and then I want to do another layer, and I want to do drawing assist, and I'll take the marker. What? Oh. Oh, Elaine did an oopsie. That's what I like to hear. Completely when you cry is a sign like it's again. I think I need this one. Turn on the opacity. Oops. Trying assist. Circle. Good night, Moon. My phone's gonna die soon. No problem. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I hope that you wake up tomorrow having a good refreshments upon your sleepage. So good night. Tuck, 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 tuck. Good night, friend. Sleep well. Not mind me as I draw and have a hard time drawing because I have a small brain. I think I want them to be straight. There we go. Right? Like, what are the old school nerd glasses? That's whatever I think of glasses. I think there was one that had like tape in the middle. I guess not. It's a blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure. Damn, it's Friday. Trying assist. Boop. Okay. I think it would be better if I did it like this. Oh, maybe not. Such an epic fail of last night ended up online. I'm screwed. It's a black out blur, but I'm pretty sure. It's Friday night. I think. Reach down, and then I'm just gonna sketch out the eyes. Circle. Oops. And then how would I do? Same. Did I do them on the same side? I did. I'm going to drawing system like that, and then ooh. Sorry, I get a little focused when it comes to this part. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I get quiet. No, it's in the name of creativity and goobers. I want like straight up big old buck teeth on this one. Okay. Mm. Mm. I forgot my tea and it's cold now. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you forgot about your tea. But now if you made it sweet, you could have sweet tea, you know? Mm. Alright, new layer. And then I need another circle. It's like everything that I do based off of circles. Oops. Like here. Something funny is my cousin from Indiana was an Eminem fan, and he made my grandma take him to 8 Mile, but it's just like a road. Oh, what the fuck? Poor game. Poor Gam. Oh man. Oh man. Sorry, Elaine doesn't know how to cut this hand up. It used to be one side was poor Detroit side and the other was rich suburbs, but it does not mean that now. That's fair. I mean, yeah, times change. I don't think I like this hand. Sorry. Sure, we are. There you go. Well, I hope that grandma at least had a good time driving around, you know? Does this make sense? Elaine doesn't know. There we go. I think I made the top half too tall. Like this. stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Okay, what about that? Maybe like our arm actually. No, no, what happened? What happened? What's happening? There's a video that said how not to carry a Colt single action, and then oh no, oh no, oh no, indeed, oh no, that poor person. Well, you know, at least they learned how not to carry one of those, I guess. I want to do eyebrows. Because I just do it all the same way here. Yeah. Actually, I don't like the hand, I think. I think I want the bottom to be more round. I think that's my issue. Oh, now you're laying on your blanket, huh? Oops. Does anybody know? I guess the thumb is in, huh? I don't know if I like that. Classic. Oh no. Poor pixels. Poor pixels. I don't think it should be that tall. What do we think about that hand? Do we like this hand? Let me finish the glasses. I think they could be like bigger. Like, you know, just make them even bigger. Boop. Actually, that reminds me. I want to look at this pack that I saw. Ow. This pack that I saw. Oh. What? Hold on. In case. Cool. Oops. Why is it not showing me the thing? I want to see it. No, why doesn't the link work? No! The link. Am I doing it wrong? Am I doing something wrong? I want my baby. I want my baby. I want my baby. My new fetus is done to give me. Give it to me. No, it's done, but the link is broken, so I can't look at it. No! No! I want it. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Please. Please. I have to wait. I'm gonna wait. I think they already went to bed. No. Who bought it? Cries. Little girl. What's I doing? I forgot. Okay. Oops. Alright, I'm just gonna flip the glasses. And then... You know what I realized I didn't add on my other drawing? I didn't add my band-aid. Here are my band-aid. Okay. I will do that later. I have to go take a shower now. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I will be back tomorrow to do more fun stuff and things. We're gonna go raid somebody. I heard a duck in my ear. I don't know where it came from. Happy Miku Day. Is it Miku Day? Is it Miku Day? Oh, that's a cool layout. Sorry. Ooh, Cinnamon. We'll go raid them. Also known as Yoko Cola. They're a really cool duo that does fun art and stuff. So we'll go raid them. Some art into art. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys have fun over there with Cinnamon, aka Yoko Cola. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, so then they know where you came from. I love you guys oh so very much though, and have a lovely night. Mwah. See you tomorrow.